Tonight, everyone who is eager to get some sleep. You don't need to focus on monuments or remember names. This is a story about what happened in the spaces between them. Away from temples and ceremonies, ancient Egypt functioned through ordinary routines, record-keeping, food preparation, maintenance and labour that continued steadily whether anyone noticed or not. If you enjoy these slow, careful journeys into how past societies actually worked, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's ease in. You're stepping into the everyday life of ancient Egypt, far from the grand temples and royal processions. Here, along the Nile's banks and within mud brick villages, ordinary people wake each morning to work that has sustained their families for generations. The rhythm of their days follows the river, the sun and the seasons, creating a world held together by routine, shared labour, and the quiet knowledge of how things have always been done. You wake before dawn most mornings, not to an alarm but to your body's recognition of first light filtering through the small window, opening near your sleeping mat. The air holds a coolness that will disappear within hours. You sit up slowly, letting your eyes adjust to the dim interior of your home, where your family still sleeps in the comfortable silence of early morning. Your first task, like most mornings, involves water. You reach for the ceramic jar near the doorway, checking its weight. Nearly empty. This means a walk to the riverbank or to the village well before the day grows hot. You step outside into air that feels gentle against your skin, carrying the faint dampness that rises from the Nile each night. Other people are already moving through the village. You see a neighbour lifting her own water jar onto her shoulder, balancing it with practiced ease. A man passes, leading a donkey loaded with bundles of reeds. Children who woke early play quietly near a doorway, drawing shapes in the dust with sticks. No one speaks much yet. Morning feels like a time for movement rather than conversation. The path to the river follows the same route you've taken since childhood. Your feet know each dip and rise in the packed earth. Date palms create patches of shade along the way. You notice the season by small signs, the height of the river against its banks, the colour of the water, and whether certain plants have begun to flower or fade. These details tell you what work needs doing, what foods might be available, and how the weeks ahead will unfold. At the riverbank you find others already filling their jars. The water moves slowly here, barely rippling. You kneel on the smooth stones worn by countless people performing this same task. The water feels cool as you dip your jar beneath the surface, letting it fill gradually to avoid stirring up silt from the bottom. You lift it carefully, testing its weight before hoisting it onto your hip for the walk home. On your return, you pause where someone has set up a simple arrangement of baskets containing vegetables and dried fish. This isn't a formal market, just a neighbour with extra produce from their garden plot. You trade a small piece of linen you wove last week for a handful of onions and some lettuce. The exchange happens with nods and brief words. Both of you know roughly what things are worth, and what constitutes fairness in these small transactions. Back home, you pour some water into a shallow bowl for washing, and save the rest for cooking and drinking throughout the day. Your family begins to stir. Your youngest child sits up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Your wife moves to the grinding stones to begin working grain into flour, a task that takes up a portion of nearly every morning. The sound of stone against stone creates a steady, rhythmic scraping that carries through the village as other women do the same work in their homes. After a simple breakfast of bread and some dates, you head to your work. If you're a farmer, this means walking to the fields that your family has cultivated for generations. The Nile's annual flooding has left behind rich, dark soil that needs little encouragement to produce wheat and barley. You check the irrigation channels, making sure water flows where it should. Sometimes a channel gets blocked with debris or mud, requiring you to clear it with your hands or a simple wooden tool. If you work with your hands in other ways, your morning might involve gathering materials. Reed cutters wade into the marshes where papyrus grows tall and thick. You grasp a stem near its base and slice through it with a curved blade, then gather the reeds into bundles. The work requires attention, but not constant thought. Your hands know what to do. The marsh birds continue their activities around you, barely noticing your presence. Clay workers walk to riverbanks where the mud has the right consistency. You test it with your fingers, looking for that particular texture that will shape well without crumbling. You fill baskets with the clay and carry it back to your work area, where you'll shape it into pots, dishes or bricks over the coming days. Each load represents future objects that your household or neighbours will use until they eventually break and need replacing. Wood is scarce in this landscape, so those who work with it move carefully through stands of acacia trees or tamarisk, selecting branches that can become tool handles, furniture parts, or supports for doorways. You don't cut living trees without need. Instead, you look for dead branches, fallen limbs, and wood that the river has deposited during flood season. You recognise which woods will split easily, which will hold up under weight, and which work best for different purposes. Gathering fuel for cooking fires involves collecting dried dung from livestock pens and fields where animals graze. This isn't unpleasant work, just practical. The dried material burns steadily and provides the heat needed for baking bread and cooking stews. Children often help with this task, filling baskets and carrying them home. They learn early that nothing gets wasted, that every material has its use in keeping daily life running smoothly. Women and girls gather wild plants that supplement cultivated foods. You know which marsh grasses have edible roots, which desert plants produce seeds worth collecting, and when different plants reach their peak. This knowledge passes from mothers to daughters through years of walking the same paths, pointing out plants and teaching when to harvest and what to avoid. You fill the fold of your linen dress with your findings, carrying them home to sort and prepare. The village well serves as another gathering point. If your home isn't close to the river, you come here instead, taking your turn at the rope and bucket. While waiting, you hear bits of news. Someone's daughter is marrying into a family from the next village, someone's goat gave birth to twins, and someone needs help replastering their roof. Information flows naturally in these spaces where people pause in their work. Basketry materials require regular collecting. You need palm fronds, reeds and tough grasses to weave the containers that hold everything in your household. You gather these materials in quantity when you find them, storing them in a dry place until needed. The work of gathering never really ends. As soon as you've collected enough of one material, another runs low and needs replenishing. By mid-morning, most people have completed their first round of gathering and returned home or to work areas. The temperature has risen noticeably. You see people seeking shade as they continue their tasks, moving their work under trees or beneath simple reed shelters. The urgency of early morning has passed. Now comes the steadier rhythm of the main workday, where tasks begun this morning will continue through the afternoon. You sit in the shade of your home's outer wall, examining a basket that has developed a split along one side. This basket has carried vegetables from the garden and grain from storage for several years. You don't discard it. Instead, you soak some reed strips in water until they become pliable, then weave them through the damaged section, reinforcing the weak spot. Your fingers move almost without conscious direction, following patterns you've repeated countless times. Within a short while, the basket is whole again, ready for more years of use. Repair work fills a significant portion of daily life. Objects break, materials wear down, and structures need attention. You address these needs as they arise, usually before they become serious problems. This morning's maintenance keeps everything functioning without requiring dramatic interventions or expensive replacements. Your neighbour sits nearby, working on a cracked grinding stone. He examines where the stone has split, determining if it can still be used or needs replacing. The crack isn't severe. He'll continue using it for now, but he's already thinking about where to obtain a new stone when this one finally gives out completely. That might not happen for months or even years, but awareness of eventual need guides his planning. Clothing requires constant attention. Linen fabric, while durable, develops tears and worn spots with regular use. Women spend parts of most days mending garments, using bone needles and linen thread to close seams and reinforce areas that receive the most stress. A man's loincloth that tears at the waist gets a new tie. A child's dress that has grown too short receives an added band of fabric at the hem. Nothing gets thrown away while it can still serve a purpose. You watch your wife work on a piece of weaving, creating new linen from thread she spun herself. The loom stands upright, leaning against the house wall. She works the shuttle back and forth, building the fabric row by row. This slow, methodical process eventually produces the material your family uses for clothing, bedding, and trading. She can work while also keeping an eye on the children and participating in conversations with neighbours who pass by. Pottery repair happens regularly. Clay vessels crack or chip. For small damage, you make a paste from mud and use it to seal the crack. For larger breaks, you might drill small holes on either side of the break and tie the pieces together with cord. A pot that can no longer hold liquids might still serve for storing dry goods. Even broken pieces get ground up and mixed into new clay rather than discarded. Your home itself needs regular maintenance. The mud brick walls don't last forever without care. You mix new mud with chopped straw and water, creating a plaster that you spread over areas where the wall has begun to crumble or crack. The work isn't difficult, just repetitive. You smooth the mud with your hands, working it into all the gaps and weak spots. Once it dries, it blends with the existing wall, adding strength and extending the structure's life. Roof repair requires more effort. The roof consists of wooden beams covered with reed mats and topped with mud. When rain comes, rare but hard, it can wash away some of the mud covering or loosen the reeds. You climb onto the roof several times a year to check its condition and make repairs. You replace old reed mats with new ones, add fresh mud where needed, and make sure water will drain properly rather than pooling and seeping through. Tools need sharpening and repair. You take your hoe to a neighbour who has skill with stone and metal. He examines the blade, noting where it has worn down or developed nicks. Using careful strikes with a harder stone, he reshapes the edge, making it effective again. You'll return his help later when he needs assistance with a task that requires more than one person. This exchange of skills and labour holds the community together without formal accounting. Fishing nets need constant attention if you make your living from the river. You spread the net on the ground and examine every section, looking for breaks in the cordage. Where you find damage, you tie new cord into place, matching the net's pattern. This work requires good light and patience. Rush through it, and you'll miss problems that will cost you fish later. Take your time, and the net will serve reliably when you cast it into the water. Boats require even more careful maintenance. Whether you own a small reed boat for personal use, or work on a larger wooden vessel, you check it regularly for damage. Reed boats need rebinding where the bundles have begun to separate. Wooden boats need their seams sealed with pitch and resin to prevent leaking. You turn the boat over to examine its bottom, looking for areas where wear has made the hull thin or weak. Early attention to small problems prevents larger failures that could leave you stranded on the water. Storage containers for grain and other foods need protection against moisture and pests. You coat the insides of large clay vessels with a mixture that helps preserve their contents. You check wooden boxes and baskets for signs of insect or mould. Good storage means your food lasts from one harvest to the next, providing security through seasons when fresh food becomes scarce. Children learn repair work by watching and helping. A young boy holds tools for his father while a broken plough gets fixed. A girl watches her mother mend clothing, learning which stitches work best for different types of tears. By the time children reach adolescence, they already possess many of the skills they'll need to maintain their own households. This knowledge transfers through quiet demonstration rather than formal teaching. You notice that repair work creates a meditative state. Your hands stay busy while your mind wanders or rests. You think about tomorrow's tasks, remember past events, or simply exist in the moment without particular thoughts demanding attention. The repetitive nature of the work allows for this kind of mental ease, making it restful despite being physical labour. Older people in the village often specialise in repair work that requires experience and knowledge rather than physical strength. An elderly woman might spend her days repairing baskets while sitting in the shade, her skilled fingers working quickly through problems that would stump younger people. An older man might shape replacement tool handles, drawing on decades of knowledge about which woods work best and how to shape them for comfortable use and long life. Seasonal changes affect repair work. After the flood season, many items need attention due to the moisture and rough handling during that busy time. After harvest, tools that saw heavy use need care before storage. You develop a mental calendar of when different types of maintenance typically become necessary, preparing for these needs in advance when possible. The afternoon grows hotter, and you move your repair work to a shadier spot. You'll continue until the temperature becomes truly uncomfortable, then pause for rest before resuming later when things cool down. The pace of work adjusts naturally to the day's conditions. No one expects maximum effort during the hottest hours. That would be wasteful of energy and potentially harmful. Instead, you work steadily when conditions allow and rest when they don't. You live surrounded by people you've known your entire life. The village consists mostly of extended families whose connections go back generations. Your neighbour to one side is your cousin. The family across the narrow lane shares a grandparent with your father. This web of relationship shapes daily life in ways that don't require explanation or enforcement. Children move freely between households. A child playing near your doorway might belong to your sister's family, your neighbour's family, or your own family. Adults keep a general watch over all children without strict assignment of responsibility. If a child wanders too close to danger, whoever notices will redirect them. If a child needs food or water, they can get it from any nearby adult. This collective care means children rarely lack supervision, even though no single person watches them constantly. You share labour naturally when tasks require more hands than one household can provide. Building a new storage shed, replastering a large wall, or moving heavy stones becomes a group activity. People show up without formal invitation, understanding that today you need help and tomorrow someone else will. You work together in comfortable silence or with light conversation, breaking periodically to drink water or rest in the shade. Food sharing happens regularly without formal ritual. If your family has caught extra fish, you give some to neighbours. When someone bakes more bread than their household needs, they distribute the surplus. No one tracks these exchanges precisely. The assumption is that everything balances over time, that generosity flows in all directions, and that everyone benefits from this informal system. A family experiencing temporary hardship receives food and help from others without shame or obligation to repay quickly. Knowledge passes between neighbours constantly. You mention that your onions are being affected by some kind of pest. An older neighbour describes a mixture of water and crushed leaves that might help. Another person suggests planting something different in that spot next season. You try these suggestions, and if they work, you'll pass the information along to someone else facing a similar problem. The village collectively holds far more knowledge than any individual possesses. Disputes happen, but rarely escalate. If your goat wanders into someone's garden and causes damage, you apologise and help repair any harm done. If someone's child accidentally breaks something of yours, the parents acknowledge it and make things right. The close quarters and extended relationships encourage resolution rather than ongoing conflict. Holding grudges becomes too costly when you see the person every day and rely on them for various forms of help and cooperation. Women gather in the mornings to grind grain together. This work goes faster with company, and the time becomes social. You talk about children, about whose palm tree is producing well this year, and about small, funny incidents that happened recently. Laughter comes easily. The sound of multiple grinding stones creates a rhythm that carries across the village, marking the morning hours as surely as the sun's position. Men often work near each other even when performing individual tasks. You might repair a fishing net while your brother-in-law shapes a new hoe handle, and your neighbour patches his sandals. Being together makes the work feel less solitary. If someone encounters a problem, others can offer suggestions or assistance. The loose congregation of people creates a sense of companionship without requiring constant interaction. Elderly members of the community receive care from the whole village. If an old woman can no longer walk to the river for water, younger women bring it to her. If an elderly man needs help with repairs to his home, others take care of it without being asked. In return, older people offer wisdom, settle occasional disputes, and provide childcare when their mobility allows. Their presence stabilizes the community, connecting present activity to past experience. Skill specialization exists but isn't rigid. One person might have a particular talent with pottery, another with basket weaving, and another with carpentry. People seek out these specialists when they need something made well, but everyone possesses basic competence in most necessary tasks. If the potter needs a basket, he can make it himself, even though it won't be as fine as what the basket weaver would produce. This widespread capability means the community doesn't become helpless if one skilled person is unavailable. Children learn adult work through gradual inclusion. A young girl begins by watching her mother bake bread, then helps with simple tasks like adding fuel to the fire, then assists with mixing dough, and eventually makes bread herself while her mother watches. A boy follows his father to the fields, first just walking along, then carrying light loads, then learning to use tools, and finally working independently. This progression happens naturally over years without formal stages or ceremonies. Families often work their fields or pursue their crafts side by side. Your field borders your brother's field, making it easy to talk while you both work. If one of you finishes a task earlier, you might help the other complete theirs. This cooperation increases efficiency without requiring planning or meetings. It simply makes sense to help each other when you're already present and able. Evening brings different patterns of gathering. After the main work ends, people sit outside their homes, enjoying cooler air and softer light. Conversations happen between doorways. Someone might be carving a piece of wood, another person braiding rope, and another person just sitting and watching children play. The atmosphere feels relaxed, with no urgency pushing anyone to accomplish specific goals. Music sometimes emerges spontaneously. Someone begins singing while they work. Others might join in or might not. A person with a simple flute plays a melody that drifts across the village. These moments of music create shared pleasure without interrupting other activities. The songs often have words everyone knows and verses that have been sung for generations, telling stories or describing seasonal changes or simply celebrating ordinary life. Festivals and celebrations punctuate the year, bringing more formal gatherings. But even these maintain an easy, familiar quality, rather than requiring elaborate preparation or exotic elements. People wear clean clothing, share special foods, and perhaps dance or play games. Children especially enjoy these breaks from routine. The celebrations acknowledge the seasons, the river's cycles, and the community's continuation through another year. The village functions through habit as much as through active cooperation. You know when your neighbour typically goes to the river, so you time your trip differently to avoid crowding. You understand which paths people prefer for different purposes, so you don't block them with your activities. These small adjustments happen unconsciously, creating order without rules or enforcement. Strangers rarely appear in the village. When they do, people approach them with cautious curiosity rather than fear or hostility. A travelling merchant might arrive with goods from distant areas. People examine what's offered and make some trades, and the merchant moves on. A message carrier bringing news from another village receives food and rest before continuing. The occasional presence of outsiders reminds you that your world extends beyond immediate surroundings, even though most of your life unfolds within a small, familiar territory. The sun reaches its highest point, and you feel the temperature increase noticeably. This isn't a signal to stop working entirely, but everyone automatically adjusts their pace and location. You move from direct sunlight into shade. If you've been performing strenuous physical labour, you switch to lighter tasks or simply pause. Your body has learned over years to recognise when pushing forward would be unwise. You sit with your back against the cool mud brick wall of your home, feeling the contrast between the wall's temperature and the heated air. Others in your family and throughout the village make similar adjustments. The streets become quieter. The sounds of grinding stones and hammering fade. Children retreat to shaded areas, their play becoming calmer and less energetic. Water becomes especially important during these hours. You drink from the jar you filled this morning, feeling the liquid cool your throat and settle in your stomach. You wet a cloth and wipe your face, neck and arms, removing dust and sweat. This simple act refreshes you without requiring much effort or water. The damp cloth also helps lower your body temperature slightly as the moisture evaporates. Some people use this time for tasks that don't require movement or exertion. Your wife continues her sewing in the shade, her hands working slowly and steadily. An older child practices writing on a piece of broken pottery, forming the symbols they're learning. A neighbour repairs a sandal, the leatherwork requiring attention but not physical strength. These activities maintain productivity while respecting the day's thermal peak. Sleep isn't uncommon during these hours. You might lie down on a mat inside your home, where the walls block direct sunlight and provide relative coolness. Your eyes close, your breathing deepens. This rest isn't full nighttime sleep, just a brief surrender to the body's preference for stillness when conditions become uncomfortable. You wake naturally after a short time, feeling somewhat restored and ready to resume work. Babies and young children almost always sleep during these hours. The heat affects them more strongly than adults, and their bodies demand more frequent rest anyway. Mothers nurse their infants, then lay them down in the coolest part of the home. Older toddlers curl up on sleeping mats, sometimes several children together, seeking each other's company even in sleep. The household becomes very quiet, most voices dropping to whispers to avoid disturbing these resting children. Animals also seek rest during peak heat. Donkeys stand in whatever shade they can find, heads lowered, appearing almost to doze. Dogs sprawl in dust beneath trees, barely moving. Even birds reduce their activity, calling less frequently and staying within foliage rather than flying between trees. The whole landscape seems to acknowledge the sun's power during these hours and chooses not to challenge it unnecessarily. You notice how rest creates a natural division in the day. Morning work feels like one complete period, ending when heat becomes too strong. Afternoon work, which will resume later, becomes a second period with its own character. This break prevents exhaustion and makes the total amount of work feel more manageable. Without it, the day would feel relentless, wearing you down rather than simply keeping you busy. Conversation during rest periods differs from morning talk. Voices remain lower, quieter. Topics become less practical and more reflective. Someone might mention a dream they had, or recall an event from years ago, or simply make observations about birds or clouds or the quality of light. No one expects quick responses or active engagement. The talk drifts, pauses and resumes without pressure. If you're in the fields rather than the village, you rest beneath whatever trees are available or in the shadow of a wall or large rock. Other workers spread out similarly, each finding their own spot. The fields become still except for the occasional sound of someone shifting position or taking a drink. The landscape shimmers in the heat, making distant objects unclear and wavering. Some people use rest time for grooming and personal care. You might check your fingernails and toenails, trimming them with a sharp stone if needed. You comb through your hair with your fingers, removing tangles and debris. These small acts of maintenance feel satisfying without requiring real energy. They also help you feel more comfortable when you return to work. The river continues flowing regardless of human activity, its sound constant and soothing. If you're resting near the water, you listen to its gentle movement, the way it laps against the banks and swirls around reeds. This sound has accompanied every moment of your life, becoming so familiar you barely notice it consciously. Yet its absence, if you travelled far from the river, would feel strange and unsettling. As the afternoon progresses, the worst heat gradually passes. You sense this shift before you could name any specific change. Perhaps the air feels slightly less heavy. Perhaps shadows have lengthened just a bit. Perhaps your body simply knows it has rested enough. You stand, stretch, and prepare to return to work. Others throughout the village make similar movements. The sounds of activity resume gradually rather than all at once. A grinding stone starts up. Someone calls out to a neighbour. Children emerge from their sleeping spots and begin playing again, their energy renewed. The day's second phase begins naturally, without any signal or announcement. You return to the task you left earlier, or begin a new one if the previous work finished before rest became necessary. Your body feels capable again, ready for several more hours of effort. The rest has served its purpose, not just restoring physical energy, but also providing mental relief from sustained focus. The afternoon stretches ahead, long enough for meaningful accomplishment, but not so long that you can't envision its end. You begin preparing the evening meal while afternoon light still provides good visibility for the detailed work involved. First, you check your supplies, inventorying what's available. The household stores barley and emmer wheat in large clay vessels. You also have onions, garlic, and some dried fish from recent trading. A basket holds dates that are beginning to wrinkle but remain good. Some fresh lettuce and cucumbers came from the garden this morning. Making bread forms the foundation of the meal, as it does most days. You measure out grain and carry it to the grinding stones. These stones, one flat and one curved, have worn smooth hollows from years of use. You pour grain into the hollow of the lower stone, then use the upper stone to grind it with repeated circular motions. The grain gradually breaks down into flour, though it remains coarser than what you could achieve with more time and effort. The grinding produces a rhythmic scraping sound that other women in neighbouring houses also create. You can hear 3 or 4 other families performing the same task at roughly the same time. Your arms develop a steady rhythm that you can maintain for the extended period needed to produce enough flour for your family's bread. The motion becomes almost meditative, requiring attention but not intense concentration. Once you have sufficient flour, you mix it with water in a ceramic bowl. Your hands work the mixture, adding water gradually until the dough reaches the right consistency. Too dry, and it won't hold together. Too wet, and it will stick to everything. You've made bread countless times, and your hands know the feel you're seeking. You knead the dough briefly, then shape it into flat, round loaves. The fire pit sits outside your home, a circle of stones containing ashes and partially burned wood. You add dried dung and some small sticks to the existing coals, blowing gently to encourage flames. The fire catches, growing gradually rather than blazing up all at once. You let it burn until you have a good bed of hot coals, then reduce the flames to a more controlled level. You place the bread loaves directly on hot stones arranged around the fire, turning them periodically to ensure even cooking. The bread begins to firm up, developing a slightly crispy exterior while remaining softer inside. The smell of baking bread drifts through the village, mixing with similar scents from other households. This smell signals the approach of evening and the end of the workday as reliably as the sun's position. While the bread bakes, you prepare other food. You slice onions and garlic, combine them with water and a bit of oil in a clay pot, and set it near the fire to cook slowly. The dried fish gets soaked in water to soften it, then added to the pot. This simple stew will provide flavour and substance beyond the bread. You stir it occasionally, making sure nothing sticks to the bottom of the pot. Fresh vegetables require minimal preparation. You rinse the lettuce and cucumbers in water, then slice them into pieces that can be easily eaten. These will be served raw, providing a crisp texture and fresh taste that contrasts with the cooked elements of the meal. You arrange them on a flat ceramic dish that has survived years of daily use despite several repaired cracks. Dates need only to be checked for any that have spoiled or attracted insects. You sort through them, discarding a few that have gone bad and arranging the rest in a bowl. Dates provide sweetness that most other foods lack. Children especially look forward to them, often eating them as a treat separate from the main meal. You have some beer that you prepared several days ago. The process involves sprouting grain, drying it, grinding it, mixing it with water, and allowing it to ferment. The result is thick, nutritious, and mildly alcoholic. You strain it through a basket to remove solid particles, then pour it into jars for serving. Beer provides hydration, nutrition, and a pleasant mild buzz that helps everyone relax in the evening. The bread finishes baking. You remove each loaf from the hot stones using a folded cloth to protect your hands. The bread has risen slightly and developed brown spots where it contacted the stones. You stack the loaves in a basket, covering them with a cloth to keep them warm and protect them from dust. The stew has simmered long enough for the flavours to blend and the fish to break down into small tender pieces. You taste it, judging whether it needs anything else. Perhaps a bit more water to thin it slightly. You stir in the addition and let it cook a few moments longer. Your children gather as the cooking nears completion, drawn by the smell and by the knowledge that mealtime approaches. They know not to ask for food until you're ready to serve, but they stay close, anticipating. Your husband arrives from the fields, setting down his tools and washing his hands and face before joining the family. You lay out the food on simple ceramic dishes and the woven mat where your family eats. Everyone sits, reaching for bread first, tearing pieces from the loaves. You ladle stew into bowls, passing them around. The vegetables get shared from the common dish, each person taking what they want. The dates remain in their bowl, available throughout the meal. Eating doesn't require much conversation. Hungry people focus on food. The tastes are familiar, comforting rather than exciting. This meal closely resembles yesterday's meal and tomorrow's meal. The consistency provides security rather than boredom. You know what to expect. You know you'll have enough. You know your body will feel satisfied when you finish. Children eat quickly, their hunger demanding immediate satisfaction. Adults eat more slowly, taking time to enjoy the food and the break from work. Someone might comment on the bread's texture, or mention that the fish was particularly good. These observations acknowledge the cook's work without requiring elaborate praise or response. After the main eating finishes, people continue sitting, perhaps having a few more dates or another cup of beer. The children drift away to play briefly before full darkness arrives. Adults talk quietly about tomorrow's plans or about nothing in particular. The empty dishes sit temporarily forgotten, the clean-up something that can wait for the moment. Eventually you gather the dishes and carry them to a large bowl, where you'll wash them with water and sand. The simple friction of sand removes food particles and grease. You rinse the dishes with clean water and stack them to dry. The cooking pot gets similar treatment, though you leave a thin layer of residue that will season it for future use. The fire dies down to coals. You don't extinguish it completely. These coals will make starting tomorrow's fire easier, saving time and fuel. You sweep up any spilled grain or food scraps, feeding them to the household animals or adding them to the compost area. Nothing edible goes to waste. Even scraps have value as feed or fertilizer. The sun lowers toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the village. The quality of light changes, becoming softer and more golden. You feel the temperature dropping, the oppressive heat of midday finally breaking. This shift brings relief and signals the day's end approaching. Work that must finish today receives final attention, while tasks that can wait get set aside for tomorrow. You sit outside your doorway, taking advantage of the pleasant temperature and remaining light. Your wife joins you, bringing simple handwork that doesn't require close focus. She's repairing a tear in a child's clothing, her fingers moving automatically through familiar stitches. You're not doing anything in particular, just resting and watching the village settle into evening. Children play in the narrow lanes between houses, their games growing gentler as their energy wanes. They chase each other at half speed, laughing but without the shrieks that characterised their earlier play. Some draw in the dust with sticks, creating temporary pictures that will be erased by tomorrow's foot traffic. Others sit in small groups, talking and handling simple toys made from clay, wood or bundled reeds. A neighbour passes by, leading their donkey back from the fields. The animal walks slowly, its head bobbing with each step. Its load has been removed, and it seems to understand that work has ended for the day. Your neighbour nods in greeting but doesn't stop. Everyone is engaged in the same process of winding down, and interrupting it with lengthy conversation feels wrong somehow. Smoke rises from cooking fires throughout the village, creating a haze that softens the air and carries mixed scents of baking bread and cooking stews. This communal cloud of smoke marks the transition from work time to home time, from public activity to private family life. The smell has become so associated with evening that you'd probably feel disoriented if it were absent. You hear someone singing in a nearby house, a woman's voice carrying a familiar melody. The song has words you've known since childhood, verses about the river and the harvest and the turning seasons. Other voices occasionally join in for a phrase or two before falling silent again. The music provides a soundtrack to the evening's activities without demanding active listening or participation. A few older children gather around an elderly man who's begun telling a story. He's told this particular story many times before, and the children know most of it, but they listen anyway. The story involves animals that can talk, and a series of mishaps that eventually resolve happily. The old man's voice rises and falls with practiced timing. The children laugh at the funny parts even though they know they're coming. Inside your home, you light a simple oil lamp as the natural light becomes insufficient for seeing clearly. The lamp consists of a shallow dish containing oil with a twisted wick of linen. The flame is small but provides enough light for basic tasks and navigation. Most families have several of these lamps placed strategically around their homes. The flickering light creates moving shadows that give the space a different character than it has during the day. Your youngest child comes to you, tired and ready for sleep earlier than the older children. You pick her up, feeling her weight settle against your chest. She's had a full day of playing, helping with small tasks and exploring her immediate world. Now her body demands rest. You carry her to the sleeping area, lay her on her mat, and cover her with a light piece of linen. She's asleep almost immediately, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of rest. Your wife finishes her mending and sets it aside. She drinks some water, then begins braiding her hair for sleep, working it into a simple plait that will keep it from tangling during the night. You watch this familiar routine, having seen it nearly every evening of your married life. The consistency of these small rituals creates a sense of order and predictability that feels comforting rather than boring. The older children eventually come inside, surrendering to the growing darkness and their own fatigue. They don't need much encouragement to prepare for sleep. They move to their sleeping mats, arranging them in preferred positions. They might talk quietly among themselves for a few minutes, reviewing the day's events or making plans for tomorrow's play. Their voices grow softer and less frequent as sleep overtakes them. You step outside one more time, checking the sky. Stars are beginning to appear, faint at first but gradually becoming more visible as the last daylight fades. The air has cooled significantly. You can hear the river's constant sound more clearly now that daytime activity has ceased. A dog barks somewhere in the village, its sound carrying clearly in the quiet. Another dog answers briefly, then silence returns. The fire outside has reduced to a few glowing coals. You decide whether to bank it for the night or let it die completely. If you bank it, you cover the coals with ash, which preserves some heat and makes morning fire starting easier. If you let it die, you'll need to start fresh tomorrow, but that's not difficult when you have experience and proper materials. You return inside and secure the door by placing a piece of wood across the opening. This provides minimal security, but the village is safe and theft is rare. The door mainly keeps out animals and provides privacy rather than functioning as serious protection. You check that all family members are present and accounted for, a quick mental inventory that brings reassurance. The oil lamps burn quietly, their flames barely moving. You leave one lamp lit but reduce its wick to conserve oil. This small flame provides just enough light to navigate if someone needs to get up during the night, but not so much that it disturbs sleep. The shadows in the room become deeper, creating a cocoon-like atmosphere that encourages rest. You lie down on your own sleeping mat, feeling the day's accumulated fatigue in your muscles and joints. The mat isn't thick or particularly soft, but you're accustomed to it. Your body relaxes into the familiar surface. Your wife lies nearby, close enough to touch if either of you reaches out. The children's quiet breathing creates a subtle rhythm in the darkness. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks, similar rhythms, and similar challenges. But that thought doesn't trouble you. The consistency means you know what to expect, know you can handle it, and know your family will be fed and safe and together. These certainties allow you to let go of the day without worry, to sink into sleep without your mind churning through anxieties or concerns. The lamp flame wavers slightly as air moves through the room. The night settles fully over the village. All the preparation, all the work, and all the cooperation that sustained this day have brought you to this point of rest. You close your eyes, feeling sleep approach like a gentle tide. You wake in darkness when your infant daughter begins to fuss. The sound starts quietly, just small noises that signal discomfort or hunger rather than true distress. You're alert immediately but not alarmed. Nighttime waking is normal, expected, and part of the natural rhythm of caring for young children. You've done this many times before with your older children, and you'll do it many times more before this child grows past the need for night feeding. You reach for the baby, lifting her gently. Her body feels warm and slightly damp from sleeping in the night's warmth. You settle her against you in the position that works best for nursing, supporting her head and body with practiced ease. She latches quickly, her suckling creating a small rhythmic sound in the quiet house. You lean back against the wall, comfortable enough for the duration of the feeding. The rest of the house remains mostly asleep. Your husband has stirred slightly but not fully awakened. The older children haven't moved. This kind of night waking rarely disturbs the whole household. Everyone has learned to sleep through the quiet sounds of infant care, waking only if something seems genuinely wrong. The remaining oil lamp casts barely any light, just a dim glow that allows you to see shapes and movement without fully illuminating the space. Your eyes have adjusted to the darkness well enough that this minimal light feels sufficient. You don't need to see clearly to care for your baby. Your hands and body know what to do without guidance from your eyes. The baby nurses steadily, her small hands resting against your chest. You feel her gradually relaxing as her hunger eases. These nighttime feedings create moments of quiet connection. Just you and this child in the peaceful darkness. During the day, other demands constantly interrupt your attention. At night, there's nothing else requiring your focus. You can simply be present with her without thinking about the dozen other tasks that usually occupy your mind. When she finishes nursing, you hold her upright briefly, gently patting her back until she burps. Then you lay her back down on her mat, covering her again with the light cloth. She settles immediately, her body going limp with satisfied sleepiness. You remain sitting for a moment, making sure she's truly settled before you lie down yourself. An older child wakes, needing to relieve himself. He sits up quietly, then makes his way to the doorway. The family keeps a simple pot near the entrance for nighttime use, avoiding the need to go outside in darkness. The child uses it without difficulty, then returns to his sleeping mat. The whole process happens almost silently, disturbing no one. By the time the child lies back down, he's already falling back into sleep. You hear someone in a neighbouring house moving around, probably dealing with their own child's nighttime needs. The sounds carry easily through the thin walls and in the still night air. You find these sounds companionable rather than intrusive. They remind you that other families are managing the same nighttime routines, that your experiences are shared and normal rather than unique or difficult. Sometimes a child has a bad dream. One of your sons whimpers in his sleep, his body twitching slightly. You move to him quickly, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. He wakes briefly, disoriented and upset. You speak softly, reassuring him that he's safe, that it was only a dream, and that nothing bad is happening. He calms within moments, his fear dissipating as consciousness returns, and he recognizes his familiar surroundings. He lies back down, and you stay beside him briefly until his breathing deepens again. The night is never completely silent. The river provides constant background sound. Occasionally an animal makes noise outside, a donkey shifting position, or a dog investigating something. These sounds don't alarm you. They're part of the normal nighttime soundscape, familiar and expected. True silence would actually feel strange, perhaps even worrying. If a child becomes ill during the night, you respond calmly. You check for fever by touching their forehead, offer water if they're thirsty, and clean up any mess if they've been sick to their stomach. You know which mild herbs can help with common problems, and you keep some prepared for easy access. Most childhood illnesses pass quickly without needing anything more than comfort and basic care. You stay close to a sick child throughout the night if necessary, sleeping lightly so you can respond to their needs. Your own sleep during these years of young children is rarely unbroken. You've adjusted to this pattern, learning to fall back asleep quickly after attending to a child's needs. Deep sleep still happens, just in shorter periods between wakings. Your body has adapted to this rhythm, taking rest where it can find it rather than demanding 8 uninterrupted hours. Older children and adults might wake to step outside briefly, preferring to walk a short distance from the house rather than use the indoor pot. The night air feels cool and fresh. Stars fill the sky with more brightness than seems possible during the day. You notice the moon's phase without thinking about it, the same way you notice the river's level or the season. This information becomes part of your general awareness of the world's cycles. Occasionally someone has difficulty sleeping, lying awake while their mind churns through worries or plans. When this happens, you don't fight it. You simply lie quietly, resting your body even if your mind won't settle. Sometimes you step outside and sit for a while, looking at the stars and listening to the night sounds. The cool air and change of position often help sleep return. If not, you remain calm, knowing tomorrow's work will happen regardless of whether you slept perfectly tonight. The period before dawn brings the deepest sleep of the night. After whatever middle-of-the-night wakings have occurred, everyone tends to sink into heavier rest during these hours. The house becomes very still. Even the baby sleeps soundly, her small body finally satisfied with milk and rest. This is the time when you truly rest, when your body repairs itself from the previous day's work and prepares for the next day's demands. You wake gradually as first light begins to penetrate the darkness. You don't rise immediately. Instead, you lie quietly, noticing your body's transition from sleep to wakefulness. Your mind becomes aware before your body wants to move. You hear the first morning sounds beginning outside, birds calling, someone else starting their fire, and the village beginning its daily return to activity. The baby wakes and needs feeding again. You nurse her while still lying down, both of you drowsy and comfortable. The older children begin to stir, their movements becoming less still as consciousness returns. Your husband sits up, stretching and preparing to face the day. The night has done its work, providing rest and renewal. Now morning arrives again, bringing with it the familiar cycle of tasks and rhythms that structure your life. The routines you follow each day are the same routines your parents followed, and their parents before them, reaching back through more generations than anyone can count. The methods for grinding grain, building homes, weaving baskets and catching fish have changed little over centuries. This continuity creates a deep stability that allows life to proceed without constant reinvention or adaptation to dramatic change. You inhabit a world where knowledge accumulates gradually and then plateaus. Your grandparents knew essentially everything you need to know to sustain your life. They taught your parents, who taught you, and you're now teaching your children. The substance of this teaching remains constant. How to read the river's moods, when to plant and harvest, which materials work best for different purposes, how to maintain tools and structures, and how to live cooperatively within a close community. The gods exist in your awareness and occasionally receive offerings or acknowledgement, but they don't dominate daily life. You're not particularly religious in any intense sense. The divine feels distant, concerned with large matters beyond your immediate experience. Your practical concerns centre on crops, family, neighbours, and the steady progression of seasons. The massive temples and elaborate rituals belong to a different world than the one you inhabit most directly. Similarly, the pharaoh rules in theory but affects your daily life minimally. You're aware of his existence. You know your village exists within a larger political structure. Occasionally officials pass through collecting taxes or organising labour for large projects. But these intrusions are infrequent. Most days you live without thinking about royal authority or national politics. Your immediate world consists of people you know personally and work you understand completely. This narrow scope might seem limiting, but you don't experience it as confinement. You have everything necessary for life: food, shelter, family, community, and purpose. The lack of variety doesn't trouble you because you've never experienced anything different. The life you're living is the life everyone has always lived in this place. It feels complete rather than restricted. The Nile provides the foundation for everything. Its annual flood brings the silt that enriches your fields. Its water sustains crops, livestock, and people. Its fish supplement your diet. Its reeds provide building materials. Its predictable cycle gives structure to your year and your planning. The river's presence is so constant that you'd struggle to imagine life without it. Some of your ancestors long ago must have migrated to this valley, but that history has been forgotten. Now you simply belong here, part of a landscape shaped by the river's rhythms. Your village continues because each generation successfully raises the next. Children grow into adults who take over their parents' roles. Young people marry, combining families and creating new households that resemble their parents' households. The cycle repeats endlessly, each iteration almost identical to the previous one. This repetition creates profound stability, but also means individual lives blend together, becoming variations on the same essential pattern rather than unique stories. You're aware of other villages along the river, some nearby and some distant. Occasionally people travel between communities for trade or marriage. News filters through these connections, though slowly. You might hear about a particularly good harvest in a village 2 days' walk away, or learn that a skilled craftsperson has moved to a different area. But these distant events rarely affect you directly. Your world remains primarily local, focused on the people and places you encounter regularly. The work you do sustains life, but doesn't dramatically improve it. Each generation lives approximately as well as the previous generation. Better weather might bring better crops in one year, and worse weather might bring hardship in another. But over time, things balance out to a consistent level of modest sufficiency. You have enough, which feels like the right amount rather than too little. The concept of having much more than enough doesn't really enter your thinking. Death comes periodically to the village, sometimes to the old, sometimes to the young, and sometimes to people in their productive years. You accept this as inevitable rather than fighting against it or demanding explanations. When someone dies, their family mourns, the community helps with burial preparations, and life continues. The dead person's role gets filled by someone else, usually a family member. The gap they leave closes quickly out of practical necessity. Memory persists for a while, then fades as new births and deaths create fresh memories. Your own individual significance feels small but not depressing. You're part of something larger than yourself. Your family, your village, the long chain of ancestors who lived before you, and descendants who will live after you. This larger context gives meaning to your daily work even when that work seems repetitive or mundane. You're maintaining something important, keeping the pattern going, and ensuring that life continues in the way it should. The physical landscape around you bears the marks of human activity going back many lifetimes. The fields you work were cleared and shaped by your ancestors. The paths you walk have been worn smooth by countless feet. The irrigation channels follow routes established so long ago that no one remembers their creation. You're inhabiting and maintaining a landscape created by cumulative human effort over centuries. Stories circulate in the village about the old days, though these stories have become more myth than history. People speak of ancestors who were unusually wise, strong or skilled. They mention events that happened long ago, though the details have grown vague. These stories create a sense of connection to the past, without providing precise historical knowledge. They suggest that people have always lived roughly as you live now, facing similar challenges and finding similar solutions. The future feels like it will resemble the past. You expect your children to live much as you've lived, your grandchildren to repeat the same patterns. Change happens, but slowly enough that it's barely perceptible within a single lifetime. A tool design might improve slightly. A crop variety might prove more productive. Building techniques might evolve gradually, but the fundamental shape of life remains constant. This stability allows you to face each day without anxiety about what it might bring. You know what needs doing, you know how to do it, you know others will help when necessary, you trust that the river will flood, crops will grow, children will be born, and life will continue. This trust isn't blind faith, but accumulated experience verified by generations of consistent patterns. As evening approaches and you prepare for sleep once again, you feel the day folding into the endless sequence of similar days that stretches behind you and ahead of you. Tomorrow will bring the same basic tasks with minor variations. The season will progress according to its established pattern. Your children will grow incrementally older. The village will continue functioning through the combined small efforts of all its members. You settle onto your sleeping mat, your body tired from work but satisfied by accomplishment. The day has been neither exceptional nor disappointing, just normal in the best sense of the word. You've done what needed doing, maintained what needed maintaining, and cared for those who needed care. This is enough. This has always been enough. This will continue to be enough for as long as anyone can imagine. The darkness deepens around you. The village grows quiet. The river flows on as it has always flowed. Your breathing slows and deepens. Sleep comes easily, naturally without resistance. Tomorrow waits, patient and predictable, ready to unfold in ways that require no explanation, because they've been repeated countless times before. You rest in the knowledge that you're part of something stable, something ongoing, something that works. Picture England in the early 1500s, and try to forget everything you think you know about it. This isn't the England of empire and industry, of tea and parliamentary democracy. This is an island nation still finding its footing, still figuring out what it wants to be when it grows up. The morning light filters through the small, thick-glassed windows of a manor house in the Cotswolds, illuminating dust motes that dance in the cold air. You can smell the wood smoke from cooking fires, mixing with the earthier scent of rushes covering the floor. Rushes that need changing, but probably won't be replaced for another week. The herbs scattered among them, lavender, rosemary and mint, release their fragrance when you step on them, a medieval attempt at air freshening that works better in theory than in practice. England in 1509 is a nation of about 3 million souls, which means it has fewer people than modern Los Angeles spread across an entire country. Most of those souls live in villages so small you could walk from one end to the other in the time it takes to finish your morning coffee. The largest city, London, houses perhaps 50,000 people crowded along the Thames, their timber-framed houses leaning into narrow streets where the upper stories nearly touch across the way, blocking out the sky. The rhythm of life follows the church bells that punctuate each day with their bronze voices. You wake to the sound of prime, the first morning prayer, and move through your day guided by terce, sext, nun, vespers, and finally compline as darkness falls. The bells aren't just timekeepers, they're the heartbeat of a society where the church isn't separate from daily life, but woven into every aspect of it, like threads in the very fabric you wear. And what fabric it is! If you're wealthy enough, you might own woolen cloth in deep reds or blues, colours that cost more than a labourer earns in months. The wool itself tells a story. England's economy runs on sheep, those placid creatures grazing on every available hillside. their fleece transformed in workshops and sold across Europe. When you wear wool in Tudor England, you're wearing the nation's primary export, its economic engine, and its claim to international relevance. The Catholic Church dominates the landscape both literally and figuratively. Parish churches anchor every community, their stone towers rising above thatched cottages like parents watching over children. Monasteries and abbeys dot the countryside. There are nearly 900 religious houses in England, home to perhaps 10,000 monks, nuns and friars. These aren't just places of prayer, they're hospitals, schools, hostels for travellers, and landlords controlling vast estates. The abbey at Glastonbury owns land in several counties. The monastery at Westminster practically is a small town unto itself. Your relationship with the church isn't optional or occasional. It's as fundamental as breathing. You're born into it literally, with baptism washing away original sin within days of birth. You marry in it, the priest's blessing transforming a private arrangement into a public sacrament. You'll die in it, receiving last rites that determine your soul's destination. In between, you attend Mass regularly. Confess your sins to a priest who knows all your neighbour's business too. Pay your tithes, observe the fast days, and purchase indulgences to reduce time in purgatory. The Pope in Rome, that distant figure in his Vatican palace, holds more practical power over English daily life than you might imagine. He can annul marriages, legitimise children, and grant special dispensations for everything from eating meat on Friday to marrying your cousin. He appoints bishops who become major political figures. He can excommunicate anyone from king to peasant, which in this society means cutting them off from all social connection and condemning their soul to hell. It's a threat that carries real weight when everyone you know believes it absolutely, but there are grumbles. In the taverns, those dim, smoke-filled rooms where ale flows and inhibitions loosen, you might hear men complain about how much land the church owns while paying no taxes. You might hear merchants frustrated by religious restrictions on business practices. You might even hear whispers about church corruption, though no one speaks too loudly because heresy is a burning offence, literally. The political landscape is equally complex. England has a king, Henry VII, who won his crown by killing the previous king on a battlefield, and who spent his reign consolidating power and filling the treasury. Parliament exists, but it meets irregularly when the king needs money. Local administration happens through a patchwork of nobles, bishops, sheriffs, and justices of the peace, a system that works mostly because everyone's known everyone else's families for generations. England's place in the wider European world is complicated. It's not quite the backwater some continental scholars dismiss, but it's not a major power either. Spain and France are the real players, with their larger populations, stronger economies, and more assertive kings. The Holy Roman Empire sprawls across Central Europe, a complicated patchwork that makes England's administrative system look elegantly simple. The Italian city-states control trade and banking. England makes good wool and occasionally causes trouble when its kings remember they technically claim the French throne. Technology is beginning to stir. Printing presses are starting to appear, though books remain expensive and most people can't read anyway. Navigation techniques are improving, making longer sea voyages possible. Gunpowder is changing warfare, though knights in armour still ride to battle as if nothing has changed. It's a world caught between medieval traditions and something new trying to be born. In this England of 1509, no one imagines the transformation coming. The monasteries seem eternal, the Pope's authority unquestionable, and the rhythm of Catholic life as unchanging as the seasons. If you could tell an English villager that within 30 years their local abbey would be torn down, their Latin Mass replaced with English prayer, and their spiritual connection to Rome severed forever, they would think you mad. But change is coming, carried not by armies or philosophers, but by one young man's desperate desire for something he cannot have. A legitimate son. On an April day in 1509, 17-year-old Prince Henry became King Henry VIII, and England got a ruler who looked like he'd been ordered from a royal catalogue, featuring only the most impressive specifications. Picture him at his coronation, 6 feet 2 inches tall in an era when most men barely reached 5.5 feet. Shoulders broad enough to fill out the elaborate doublets he favours, legs muscular from years of hunting and jousting. His hair catches the light through Westminster Abbey's stained glass, reddish gold, worn long enough to curl at his neck. His face hasn't yet acquired the jowly heaviness of his later years. Instead, it's all youth and confidence, with blue eyes that sparkle when he's pleased and turn cold when he's not. Henry moves through his coronation ceremony with the grace of someone who's been preparing for this moment his entire life, which isn't quite accurate. He was actually the spare heir, the insurance policy, while his older brother Arthur was groomed for kingship. But Arthur died at 15, 7 years earlier, leaving Henry to inherit not just a crown but also Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon. The young king is what we might call a Renaissance man, though that term won't be coined for centuries. He speaks Latin fluently, reads French, knows enough Spanish to charm his wife, and is learning Italian because educated people should know Italian. He writes poetry, not particularly good poetry, but enthusiastic poetry that scans properly and occasionally hits on a decent metaphor. He composes music, playing the lute, virginals, and recorder with genuine skill. His song Past Time with Good Company will still be performed 500 years later, though mostly by people who enjoy singing in period costume. Henry jousts with the aggressive confidence of someone who's very good at sports and knows it. He hunts almost obsessively, sometimes riding for 8 or 10 hours straight, wearing out horses and companions with equal ease. He dances with the kind of vigour that makes watching him exhausting. At his coronation celebrations, he reportedly went through multiple partners because he kept wearing them out. But Henry's most impressive feature might be his mind. He's genuinely intelligent, with that particular kind of intelligence that loves learning new things and showing off that knowledge. He can debate theology with scholars, discuss tactics with military commanders, and hold forth on everything from architecture to astronomy. He's also convinced he's right about everything, which will become more problematic as he ages, but at 17 just seems like confidence. His father left him a full treasury, unprecedented for an English king, and young Henry approaches spending this money with the enthusiasm of someone who's just discovered their parents' credit card has no limit. He throws tournaments that cost more than the annual income for small counties. His coronation festivities last for days and include enough food to feed a small army, which is appropriate since he's essentially feeding his entire court plus hundreds of guests. The new king's household is a world unto itself, a mobile village of hundreds of people who exist solely to maintain royal comfort and dignity. There are gentlemen of the privy chamber who help him dress, grooms who manage his extensive wardrobe, servers who bring his meals, musicians who provide entertainment, chaplains who lead prayers, physicians who monitor his health, and countless others whose jobs have titles like Yeoman of the Mouth and make perfect sense in context. Henry's daily routine would exhaust most people. He rises around 6 or 7, hearing Mass almost immediately because religious devotion and political display conveniently overlap. He conducts business in the morning, signing documents, receiving ambassadors, consulting with councillors, but never so much business that it interferes with dinner at 10 or 11. After dinner comes the real joy of his day: hunting, hawking, tennis, or jousting, depending on weather and mood. Supper arrives around 5 or 6, followed by entertainment, music, cards, dice, dancing, that can continue until midnight. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon seems initially quite successful. Catherine is 23 to Henry 17, which makes her practically an older woman in an era where most royal brides are teenagers. She's intelligent, educated, deeply religious, and genuinely seems to love her young husband. Henry appears equally devoted, calling her his true wife, and clearly enjoying her company. They're crowned together, rule together, and seem to share both affection and respect. Catherine comes from impressive stock. She's the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the monarchs who completed the Reconquista and funded Columbus's voyage. Her upbringing emphasized education and piety in equal measure. She reads Latin, speaks multiple languages, and understands politics with the sophistication of someone raised in one of Europe's most powerful courts. She's not just decorative, She's competent, which Tudor England actually values in its queen consorts. The court Henry creates around himself is magnificent by English standards. The continental observers sometimes find it a bit provincial. The great hall at any of his palaces fills with courtiers wearing their finest clothes. Doublets in rich fabrics, gowns with elaborate sleeves, and hats sporting feathers that cost small fortunes. The tables groan under roasted meats, pies, elaborate sugar sculptures, and wine from France and Spain. Musicians play from galleries while jesters and acrobats provide entertainment between courses. But beneath the magnificence, Henry's court is also a place of careful calculation. Every favour granted creates obligation. Every position filled affects the balance of power between competing noble families. Every smile or frown from the king can make or break careers. The men and women surrounding Henry are playing a complex game where the rules aren't written down but everyone knows them, and the penalty for mistakes can be severe. Henry's approach to kingship in these early years is energetic but not particularly focused. He wants to be a great king, certainly, but his understanding of greatness comes partly from medieval romance and partly from his father's example. Great kings go to war, so Henry will go to war. Great kings are learned, so Henry will be learned. Great kings are pious, so Henry will be pious. It's kingship as performance, and Henry is a natural performer. His counsellors, particularly the brilliant Thomas Wolsey, who rises rapidly to become Lord Chancellor and Cardinal, handle most actual governance. Wolsey is everything Henry isn't. Low-born, detail-oriented, and willing to do the boring administrative work that keeps a kingdom functioning. He's also ambitious, clever, and completely devoted to managing Henry's affairs in ways that keep his royal master happy while accumulating power for himself. The relationship between Henry and Wolsey works because it satisfies both men's needs. Henry gets to play king, fighting wars, hosting tournaments, impressing foreign ambassadors, while Wolsey runs the country. Wolsey gets wealth, power and influence far beyond what his butcher's son background would normally allow. It's a partnership that will last for 2 decades and accomplish remarkable things until the moment it doesn't. In these early years, Henry occasionally mentions his desire for a son. Catherine becomes pregnant multiple times, but the babies don't survive. A stillborn daughter, a son who lives only weeks, and more heartbreak. This is common in the 16th century, when infant mortality claims at least 1/3 of all babies, but it's particularly significant when you're trying to secure a dynasty. Still, Henry and Catherine are young. There's time. Everyone says there's time. Henry's England in these early years hums with optimism. The king is young, energetic, and generous. The treasury is full. The wars with France, while expensive and not particularly successful, at least make England feel important on the European stage. The monasteries continue their centuries-old routines. The parish churches anchor their communities. The Pope's authority remains unquestioned. Everything seems stable, permanent, and part of a natural order that will continue indefinitely. No one yet imagines that this golden young king, so devoted to his Spanish Catholic wife, will become the man who breaks England away from Rome. No one suspects that his desperate desire for a son will reshape English religion, politics, and daily life. The revolution is coming, but it approaches quietly, disguised as personal frustration rather than ideological conviction. As the 1520s unfold, you might notice subtle changes in how England's king speaks about authority and power. It's nothing dramatic at first, just a young man in his 30s growing more confident about his own judgment and less interested in deferring to others, even others wearing papal tiaras. Henry's theological education is impressive for a king. Most monarchs content themselves with attending mass and letting clergy handle the complicated stuff. But Henry actually reads theology. His library contains volumes by church fathers like Augustine and Jerome, medieval scholars like Thomas Aquinas, and contemporary humanists. He doesn't just read them, he makes notes in the margins, arguing with long-dead theologians as if they're sitting across from him at dinner. In 1521, Henry writes a book defending the 7 sacraments against Martin Luther's attacks. Yes, writes, not commissions, not takes credit for, but actually writes, complete with crossed-out sections and revisions that scholars will examine centuries later. The book earns him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X, which is deliciously ironic given what's coming. Henry is genuinely proud of this title, wearing it like a teenager wears their first varsity letter. But here's what makes Henry dangerous. He's smart enough to understand complex theological arguments, but convinced enough of his own righteousness to believe that when he understands something differently than traditional interpretation, tradition must be wrong. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect in a crowd, and it's going to reshape a nation. The issue of his marriage to Catherine begins gnawing at Henry like a persistent toothache. By the mid-1520s, Catherine is in her 40s and unlikely to have more children. Their only surviving child is Princess Mary, and England has never successfully been ruled by a queen in her own right. Henry starts wondering if perhaps his marriage was cursed from the beginning. He finds his answer in Leviticus, that Old Testament book of laws that most people skip over. Chapter 20, verse 21. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. Never mind that he has a daughter. The Hebrew word, Henry decides, really means sonless. Never mind that the Pope granted a dispensation specifically allowing him to marry his brother's widow. Henry has convinced himself that God is punishing him for violating divine law. This conclusion isn't entirely self-serving, though it conveniently aligns with his desires. Henry genuinely believes in divine judgment and biblical authority. He also genuinely wants a legitimate male heir to prevent the civil war that could erupt if he dies without one. And he very definitely wants to marry Anne Boleyn, the dark-eyed lady-in-waiting who has captured his attention and refuses to become his mistress. Anne Boleyn is not the conventional beauty you might expect. Contemporary descriptions suggest she's interesting-looking rather than pretty. Long neck, dark hair, dark eyes, and an extra finger on one hand that she carefully conceals with long sleeves. But she's sophisticated, having spent years at the French court, educated beyond most women of her time, and possessed of that quality that's impossible to define but instantly recognisable. She's fascinating. More importantly, Anne refuses to sleep with Henry without marriage. Her sister Mary had been the king's mistress and had been discarded when he lost interest. Anne has observed this lesson and drawn conclusions. She'll be queen or nothing, which drives Henry absolutely mad with desire and frustration in equal measure. Henry's approach to solving his great matter, as the proposed annulment becomes known, reveals both his intelligence and his limitations. He deploys theologians to argue his case, commissions scholarly opinions from universities across Europe, and has his agents search libraries for precedents. He's treating his marriage like a legal case to be won through superior argument and evidence. Cardinal Wolsey, that brilliant administrator who's managed England for years, finds himself tasked with accomplishing something nearly impossible, convincing Pope Clement VII to annul Henry's marriage to Catherine, who happens to be the aunt of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor who recently sacked Rome and has the Pope essentially under house arrest. It's like asking someone to convince their captor to anger their captor's aunt. Wolsey tries everything: negotiation, persuasion, legal arguments, implied threats. But it's a chess game where the opposing player controls most of the board. The annulment process drags on for years, and during these years, you can feel England beginning to shift. It's subtle at first, like the change in air pressure before a storm. Henry starts questioning papal authority in ways that would have shocked his younger self. If the Pope won't grant what Henry knows is just, perhaps the Pope's authority isn't as absolute as everyone assumed. Protestant ideas have been filtering into England like water seeping through cracks in a dam. Merchants travelling to the continent bring back books by Luther and other reformers. University scholars debate new theological concepts. Someone keeps smuggling English translations of the Bible into the country, though possessing them is heresy. These aren't mainstream views. Most English people remain thoroughly Catholic, but they're creating intellectual space for questioning traditional authority. Henry's personal piety remains intense even as he questions papal power. He still hears multiple masses daily, still observes fasts and holy days, and still makes pilgrimages to important shrines. But he's developing a distinction in his mind between the eternal truths of Christianity and the institutional structures of the Catholic Church. If those structures stand between him and what he's convinced God wants, perhaps the structures need adjustment. The English clergy finds itself in an impossible position. They owe allegiance to both their king and their pope, which works fine until those two authorities want opposite things. Some clergy, particularly those who've studied Reformed theology, start suggesting that perhaps national churches should govern themselves. Others remain firmly committed to papal supremacy, which is brave but increasingly dangerous. Thomas Cranmer, a Cambridge scholar with quiet manners and radical ideas, enters Henry's circle during this period. Cranmer suggests that instead of asking the Pope for permission, Henry should simply declare that English religious matters should be decided in England. It's a revolutionary idea wrapped in reasonable-sounding language, and Henry loves it. Here's someone telling him that he's not rebelling against proper authority. He's claiming authority that was rightfully his all along. The break with Rome, when it comes, won't happen in a single dramatic moment. Instead, it will unfold across several years through a series of parliamentary acts and royal declarations, each one taking another step away from papal authority while claiming to restore ancient English liberties. It's revolution disguised as restoration, radical change presented as a return to proper order. But before the formal break, you can feel English society recalibrating. Conversations in taverns include speculation about the king's marriage. Sermons from pulpits begin carefully exploring questions about religious authority. Nobles calculate which side they should support. Families divided by religious conviction navigate increasingly awkward dinners. The foundations are shifting, though the building still looks solid from outside. Henry himself becomes more unpredictable during these years of frustration. He's in his 30s now, no longer the golden youth of his coronation. His leg, injured in a jousting accident, troubles him increasingly. His temper, always quick, becomes quicker. He's used to getting what he wants, and the continued resistance to his annulment offends him both politically and personally. He's the king. Shouldn't that mean something? The thing about Henry that makes him particularly dangerous as a religious revolutionary is that he doesn't think of himself as revolutionary. In his mind, he's defending proper order against papal overreach. He's claiming rights that English kings always possessed but previous generations failed to exercise. He's not breaking with Catholic doctrine. He's breaking with papal authority over England, which in his increasingly firm conviction are entirely different things. The transformation of England's religious life doesn't happen with trumpets and proclamations announcing that everything has changed. Instead, it arrives quietly, almost apologetically, disguised as administrative reform and legal clarification. In 1531, Henry has Parliament declare him supreme head of the Church of England, with the careful qualifier as far as the law of Christ allows, which is just vague enough to let everyone interpret it however they need to. Clergy who find this uncomfortable can focus on the qualifier. Reformers can focus on the main clause. Henry can present it as simple recognition of existing reality. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 removes the qualifier and makes it official. The king, not the Pope, is the supreme head of the church in England. If you're a parish priest reading this proclamation to your congregation, you might notice the awkward silence that follows. Your parishioners aren't sure how to react. Nothing looks different. Same church building, same vestments, same Latin Mass. But somehow everything has changed. Thomas Cromwell, who has become Henry's chief minister after Wolsey's fall, approaches the transformation of England with the efficiency of a modern corporate restructurer. Where Wolsey was a cardinal first and an administrator second, Cromwell is purely practical, a blacksmith's son who understands that power comes not from noble birth or church office, but from controlling information and process. Cromwell sends commissioners across England to inventory church property, a process called the Valor Ecclesiasticus. Imagine teams of men with paper and pens visiting your local monastery, counting every candlestick, measuring every acre of land, and calculating every pound of income. They're creating a database of ecclesiastical wealth though nobody uses that term yet. The monks and nuns watch this inventory process with growing unease, sensing that you don't count things this carefully unless you're planning to take them. The dissolution of the monasteries begins in 1536 with the smaller houses, those with annual incomes under $200. The official justification involves moral failings, laziness, and corruption, though most monasteries probably function no better or worse than they have for centuries. The real reason is simpler. Henry needs money. Wars with France have depleted his father's carefully accumulated treasury, and hundreds of monasteries collectively own somewhere between a quarter and a third of England's land. If you're living near a monastery in 1536, you watch with mixed feelings as the commissioners arrive. The monastery provided employment for local people, bought supplies from local merchants, operated a hospital that treated anyone who showed up, ran a school where boys learned to read and write, and gave food to the poor every week. It's also wealthy while paying no taxes, holds ancient rites that sometimes burden the community, and houses monks whose behaviour isn't always as spiritual as their vows suggest. The dissolution process is surprisingly bureaucratic. Commissioners inventory the property, pension off the monks and nuns, and sell the valuable items: gold and silver plate, lead from the roofs, bells from the towers, and even the stone from the buildings themselves. Local people sometimes buy chunks of monastery to build their own houses, which means 600 years later, someone will be living in a cottage whose walls include stones that once echoed with Gregorian chant. The speed of physical transformation is startling. A monastery that stood for 400 years can be stripped and partially demolished in months. Visit the site a year later, and you'll find ruins open to the sky, ivy already beginning to reclaim walls, and locals using the old chapter house as a sheep pen. The destruction is so complete that people will later assume these ruins must be ancient. Surely nothing so recent could look so thoroughly lost, but the transformation goes deeper than dismantling buildings. The dissolution eliminates the entire monastic network that provided social services across England. Hospitals close, schools disappear, the regular distribution of food to the poor stops. Travellers lose their free accommodation. Monasteries that copied manuscripts and preserved learning are gone. It's like simultaneously shutting down hospitals, hotels, schools, libraries, and social welfare offices across an entire nation. Some communities resist. In northern England, the Pilgrimage of Grace brings together thousands of people. Not just monks, but farmers, merchants and local nobles, demanding restoration of the monasteries and the old ways. It's the largest popular uprising of Tudor England, and Henry handles it with his characteristic combination of promises and ruthlessness. He makes concessions, waits for the rebels to disperse, then arrests the leaders and executes them. By the time he's finished, nobody else wants to lead a rebellion. The larger monasteries fall between 1538 and 1540. Even the great houses like Glastonbury Abbey, that once seemed as permanent as the hills themselves. The dissolution transfers an enormous amount of property into royal hands, which Henry immediately begins selling or granting to loyal supporters. It's the largest redistribution of property in England since the Norman conquest, and it creates a class of landowners whose wealth depends on the religious changes continuing. You can't go back to the old system without dispossessing thousands of newly wealthy families who now have strong interests in maintaining the new order. Religious practice itself changes more gradually. The Latin Mass continues in most parishes, looking and sounding almost identical to what it's always been. But small changes appear like cracks in familiar surfaces. Certain feast days are eliminated. Shrines to saints are dismantled and their treasures seized. Pilgrimages, once a standard part of religious life, are discouraged. The veneration of relics, those bits of bone and cloth supposedly from saints, is criticised as superstition. English Bibles begin appearing in churches, enormous volumes chained to lecterns so nobody can steal them. For people who can read, this is revolutionary. They can now check whether the priest's Latin sermon actually reflects what the text says. For people who can't read, which is most people, someone in the community usually can, and Bible reading becomes a communal activity as people gather to hear scripture in their own language. The theological changes are more subtle. Henry insists he's maintained Catholic doctrine even while rejecting papal authority. The 6 Articles of 1539 reaffirm traditional beliefs about transubstantiation, clerical celibacy, and confession. But the door has been opened to questioning, and once you start questioning one form of authority, it becomes harder to insist on unquestioning acceptance of others. Thomas Cranmer, now Archbishop of Canterbury, begins carefully, cautiously, pushing England toward more Protestant positions. He's a brilliant politician who understands that Henry won't accept dramatic changes, so he works incrementally. A modification to the liturgy here, a revised prayer there, slowly shifting the service away from medieval Catholic practice towards something more reformed. The chantries come under scrutiny next. These are endowments for priests to say masses for the dead, based on the Catholic doctrine of purgatory. Wealthy people have for centuries left money to pay for prayers that will shorten their time in purgatory's purifying fires. If you question purgatory's existence, these endowments become pointless, and the property supporting them becomes available for other purposes, like funding the king's government. Daily life for ordinary English people becomes religiously confusing. Your grandparents taught you to pray to saints, to make pilgrimages, and to purchase indulgences. The old priest emphasised these practices as essential for salvation. The new priest says they're superstition. You're supposed to stop venerating relics, but continue believing in transubstantiation. You should read the Bible in English, but maintain traditional liturgy in Latin. It's like trying to follow rules that keep changing without anyone quite explaining the new system. The destruction of religious art represents a particularly visible loss. Parish churches contained centuries of accumulated beauty, painted walls showing biblical scenes, stained glass windows depicting saints, elaborate wooden screens carved by local craftsmen, and statues that children had always known. Commissioners order this art destroyed as idolatrous, and people watch as beauty accumulated over generations is whitewashed, smashed, or carted away. Something about this destruction feels wrong even to people who support reform. Must transformation require such comprehensive elimination of the past? The religious upheaval reshapes English daily life in ways both obvious and subtle, like water changing course and cutting new channels through a familiar landscape. Your morning still begins with bells, but fewer bells than before. The monastic hours that once punctuated each day with their bronze voices have fallen silent, leaving only parish church bells to mark the passing time. The absence is like missing teeth in a smile. You don't notice until you do, and then you can't stop noticing. The calendar itself has changed. Those feast days that once dotted the year like raisins in a pudding, giving breaks from labour and reasons for community celebration, have been drastically reduced. The new religious authorities consider many saints' days to be superstitious excess, but to working people, they will welcome breaks in the grinding routine of labour. Fewer holy days means more work days, which pleases employers but not employees. Food culture shifts in unexpected ways. The Catholic Church required fasting on Fridays and during Lent. No meat, though fish was permitted. This created a huge market for fish, supporting coastal communities and providing nutrition to people who might not otherwise afford protein. As Protestant ideas spread and fasting requirements are questioned, the fish trade suffers. Parliament eventually has to pass laws requiring fish consumption on certain days for purely economic reasons, which creates the odd situation of enforcing religious dietary rules for commercial purposes after abandoning them for spiritual reasons. The poor feel the dissolution of monasteries most acutely. That weekly distribution of food from the abbey is gone. The hospital that treated anyone who arrived no longer exists. The monks who provided education to clever children from poor families have dispersed. The travellers' accommodation has closed. The result is more people with nowhere to turn when times are hard, which in the 16th century is frequently. Parishes find themselves responsible for poor relief without the resources monasteries once provided. The parish has to care for its own poor, which sounds reasonable, until you realise poor people can't travel to find work without losing their parish residence, effectively trapping them in poverty. It's like deleting the social safety net and replacing it with a smaller, less effective local version, while pretending you've improved things. Education transforms from religious to secular control, though the transition takes decades and leaves gaps. Monastery schools have vanished. Cathedral schools continue, but with different emphasis. Grammar schools begin appearing, funded by merchant money or wealthy individuals rather than religious houses. The education is still heavily religious. You can't escape that in Tudor England, but its purpose shifts from training clergy to training gentlemen and professionals. The English language itself begins changing as religious vocabulary transforms. Words like priest acquire different implications depending on whether you're Protestant or Catholic. Church might mean the building, the community of believers, or the institutional structure, and which meaning you intend says something about your religious position. The Bible in English introduces Hebrew and Greek concepts directly into common speech, enriching the language even as religious controversy divides communities. Women's roles shift in complex ways. The dissolution of nunneries eliminates the one respectable option for women who didn't want to marry, or whose families couldn't provide dowries. Before the dissolution, an educated woman could become a prioress or abbess, managing substantial property and wielding real authority. After the dissolution, that path no longer exists. Marriage becomes more thoroughly compulsory, which isn't liberation even if Protestant theology emphasises companionate marriage over Catholic acceptance of celibacy. Architecture begins changing, though gradually. New houses built by families who bought monastery lands look different from medieval styles, more Renaissance influence, more classical proportions, and larger windows now that clear glass is becoming more available. The country houses rising on former monastery land represent a new class of gentry, whose wealth comes from royal favour and land speculation rather than ancient inheritance. The art of dying changes significantly. Catholic tradition included elaborate rituals surrounding death, last rites, prayers for the dead, and masses purchased to shorten time in purgatory. Protestant theology questions purgatory's existence, which removes the urgency around deathbed preparations while also eliminating the comfort many people found in believing they could help deceased loved ones through prayer and paid masses. Guilds and confraternities, those medieval organisations that combined professional organisation with religious brotherhood, find their religious functions questioned. The guild still regulates who can practice certain trades, but the shared masses, the processions on patron saints' days, and the religious obligations that bound members together, these are increasingly problematic. Some guilds adapt, others decline, and urban community life becomes somehow more commercial and less communal. Publishing explodes as religious controversy creates demand for books and pamphlets arguing different positions. Print shops in London and other cities churn out Bibles, prayer books, theological treatises, and controversial pamphlets. The government tries to control this through licensing and censorship, but books are small and smuggling is easy. Ideas spread faster than authorities can suppress them, which is both thrilling and frightening depending on which ideas you support. Music in churches shifts from elaborate polyphony sung by trained choirs to simpler hymns that congregations can actually sing together. The glorious complexity of late medieval church music is being replaced by something more participatory, but perhaps less transcendent. If you love that soaring polyphony, this feels like loss. If you always felt excluded by Latin hymns you couldn't understand sung by professionals you couldn't match, the change feels like finally being invited to participate. The rhythm of the week changes as Sunday becomes more strictly observed. Protestant emphasis on Sabbath rest means fewer of the entertainments that once accompanied holy days. No dancing, no plays, and no excessive merrymaking on the Lord's Day. This creates a peculiarly English Sunday, quiet, sober, and boring to children then and now, but also theoretically a day of rest that even servants and apprentices should receive. Legal changes ripple through daily life. Church courts, which once handled cases involving morality, marriage, wills, and defamation, lose jurisdiction to secular courts. This sounds technical until you realise it affects where you go if your neighbour slanders you, how you can test a will, or how you prove your marriage is valid. The familiar systems people relied on for generations are being replaced with new structures that work differently and require different expertise. Market days continue as always. The need to buy and sell predates any religious controversy, but the character of markets shifts subtly. Fewer religious festivals means fewer special market days. The dissolution of monasteries eliminates major institutional buyers of agricultural products. Former monastery land being converted to sheep pasture by new owners changes what's being produced. The invisible hand of the market is adjusting to religious upheaval in ways economists won't theorise about for centuries. Travel becomes simultaneously easier and harder. Easier because you no longer have to coordinate pilgrimages around the religious calendar or obtain permissions from church authorities. Harder because the network of monastic guest houses has vanished, leaving travellers dependent on commercial inns that cost money. The highways are more crowded with people seeking work after losing positions in dissolved religious houses, which makes roads both busier and potentially more dangerous. Family life absorbs these changes like a sponge absorbs water, gradually pervasively changing texture in the process. Parents who grew up in thoroughly Catholic England must raise children in this new, confused religious landscape. Do you teach your daughter to pray to the Virgin Mary as you were taught? Or is that now a dangerous superstition? Do you tell your son about purgatory, or has that been definitively rejected? The answers depend on which priest is currently preaching, which faction is currently dominant, and how willing you are to risk being labelled either heretic or papist. The English language of religion is creating unexpected intimacy with Scripture. When you hear the Bible in Latin, it sounds sacred, mysterious, and authoritative. When you hear it in English, it sometimes sounds strange or even shocking. The Song of Solomon is quite explicit once you understand it. The prophet's complaints about Israel's unfaithfulness use metaphors that make sense but aren't exactly polite dinner conversation. Suddenly, Scripture is both more accessible and more difficult to explain to children. Neighbourliness grows complicated as religious divisions cut through communities. Your neighbour with whom you've lived peacefully for years turns out to hold different views about transubstantiation, which shouldn't matter except that it increasingly does. Do you associate with known Catholics at risk of being suspect yourself? Do you shun reformers even though you've known them since childhood? These aren't theoretical questions. They're the stuff of daily social navigation in a time when religious positions carry political consequences. Clothes don't change dramatically, but they become markers of religious affiliation in subtle ways. Sober colours and simple cuts suggest Protestant sympathies, while elaborate decoration might indicate Catholic leanings, though these associations are fluid and unreliable. Looking too Catholic can be dangerous, but looking too Protestant can also attract negative attention. Fashion becomes a negotiation between personal preference and political prudence. Entertainment adapts to the new religious landscape. The mystery plays that once dramatised biblical stories during religious festivals are increasingly problematic. They're religious instruction but also performance. Catholic in origin but popular with everyone. Traditional but potentially heretical depending on current theological position. Some continue with modifications, others disappear, leaving gaps in community life that nothing quite replaces. Furniture in homes gradually changes as Protestant theology emphasises word over image. That small altar in the corner where your grandmother kept candles and a picture of the Virgin becomes awkward. Do you remove it and risk offending older family members, or keep it and risk visits from officials checking for Catholic sympathies? Many families compromise. The altar is quietly dismantled, but the picture is kept in a drawer just in case. The pub, that essential English institution, becomes more important as church-centred community life diminishes. When holy days no longer provide regular community gatherings, people need other places to meet, talk, and maintain social bonds. The alehouse serves this function, though religious authorities frequently complain about how much time people spend drinking instead of attending services or reading scripture. Children growing up in this era of transformation experience a different England than their parents knew. They learn English prayers instead of Latin ones. read English Bibles in church, and never know a world with monasteries. To them, the changes their parents describe sound like fairy tales about a lost world. They can't quite imagine what was lost because they've only known what replaced it. Seasonal rhythms shift as agricultural practice adapts to new land ownership patterns. The great monastic estates, once managed for long-term sustainability and community support, are being divided, sold, consolidated and managed for profit. Former common lands are being enclosed, and former monastery fields are being converted to more lucrative uses. The landscape itself is being reorganised according to economic logic, rather than traditional usage rights. Death, always a constant companion in the 16th century, becomes religiously uncertain. The elaborate Catholic funeral rites, the prayers, the paid masses, the belief that the living could help the dead, provided both comfort and structure for grief. Protestant theology offers different comfort. The deceased is in God's hands, prayer can't change their fate, which some find liberating and others find cold. Grief remains, but the approved ways of expressing and addressing it have changed. By the time Henry VIII dies in 1547, England has become something unprecedented. A nation that's Catholic in doctrine but Protestant in governance, traditional in practice but radical in theory, conservative by royal decree but unsettled in popular opinion. The England Henry leaves behind is thoroughly confused about its religious identity, which is partly his doing and partly the inevitable result of trying to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority. It's like trying to follow a recipe while substituting different ingredients and insisting the result is the original dish. But something deeper has shifted beyond the specific theological positions. England has discovered that it can exist independently of continental approval. For centuries, English kings looked to the Pope for legitimacy, to France for cultural standards, and to Rome for intellectual authority. Henry's break with Rome, whatever its motivation, has forced England to develop its own answers to religious and political questions. The English Bible, which Henry authorised despite his conservative theology, proves transformative in ways nobody initially anticipated. Now that ordinary people can read scripture themselves, they start developing their own interpretations. Religious authority becomes less about receiving instruction and more about individual understanding, which is fundamentally Protestant even when the reader doesn't identify as Protestant. The dissolution of monasteries has redistributed so much property that thousands of families now have vested interest in preventing Catholic restoration. They've bought monastery lands, built houses on them, and established their fortunes through Henry's religious policies. Going back to the old system would impoverish them, so they become committed defenders of the new order even if they don't particularly care about theology. Parliament has grown stronger through its role in authorising religious changes. Henry needed parliamentary acts to break with Rome, dissolve monasteries, and establish royal supremacy. Each act increased Parliament's importance and set precedents for legislative authority over matters that were previously considered royal prerogative. England is accidentally developing constitutional government while trying to manage religious transformation. The English language has gained prestige through its religious use. When the Bible, prayer book and religious instruction all appear in English rather than Latin, the language stops being merely vernacular and becomes worthy of serious literature and scholarship. This linguistic nationalism will eventually contribute to an extraordinary flowering of English literature, though Shakespeare is still decades in the future. National identity is forming around these religious changes in ways that will last centuries. To be English will increasingly mean to be Protestant, while to be Catholic will seem somehow foreign. This association is unfair to English Catholics, who are as thoroughly English as anyone, but it becomes embedded in national consciousness. English patriotism and Protestant identity become intertwined in ways that shape everything from politics to poetry. The Royal Navy, which will eventually make England a global power, is growing during this period partly because Henry's break with Rome makes continental Catholic powers potential enemies. Island nations need strong navies, and England is learning this lesson through religious controversy. The ships being built during Henry's later years will defend England against Spain and eventually control sea lanes that connect continents. Education is expanding even as its religious character shifts. Grammar schools are being founded, sometimes on the property of dissolved monasteries, teaching Latin, Greek and increasingly English to boys whose fathers can afford to send them. These schools will produce the next generation of administrators, clergy, lawyers and writers who will run Elizabethan England and create its cultural achievements. The printing press, which arrived in England just decades before Henry's break with Rome, has become a tool of religious transformation. Every theological pamphlet, every English Bible, and every prayer book represents technology enabling religious change. In an era without electronic media, print is revolutionary, making ideas portable, permanent, and reproducible in ways that oral culture never allowed. English cooking loses some of its medieval complexity as fish days are reduced and spices become less essential for preserving meat. The elaborate cuisine of the late Middle Ages, with its emphasis on strong flavours and exotic ingredients, gradually gives way to something simpler, heartier, and more focused on the quality of basic ingredients. English food is developing its reputation for plainness, though whether this is progress is debatable. Architecture is creating a distinctly English style that combines medieval Gothic traditions with Renaissance classical influences and Protestant simplicity. The great houses being built by Henry's courtiers and their successors will define English architectural taste for centuries. Those long galleries, those symmetrical facades, and those elaborate gardens designed for entertaining rather than monastic contemplation. Music is diverging from continental Catholic traditions while developing its own character. English composers are creating works that reflect the Protestant emphasis on text comprehension, while maintaining the sophisticated musical tradition that England has always possessed. The music of Thomas Tallis and his contemporaries sounds distinctly English, in ways that earlier church music, based on continental models, did not. The concept of loyalty is being redefined. For centuries, English people owed allegiance to king, country and pope, in a hierarchy that usually didn't conflict. Henry's break with Rome forced a choice. When king and pope disagreed, which authority was supreme? England chose the king, establishing a pattern of national loyalty over religious obedience that will shape English identity through future centuries. Women's literacy is slowly increasing as Protestant emphasis on Bible reading extends to daughters as well as sons. If everyone should read scripture, then girls need education too, at least enough to read the Bible and prayer book. This isn't equality. Girls' education remains limited compared to boys, but it's a foundation that future generations will build upon. The merchant class is growing wealthier and more confident. The men who bought monastery lands, who trade with the continent, and who finance ventures to the Americas are developing economic power that will eventually translate into political influence. Tudor England is accidentally creating the conditions for capitalism while trying to solve religious controversies. Regional distinctions are becoming more pronounced as religious changes affect different areas unevenly. The North, more conservative and more attached to monasteries, resists changes that the South accepts more readily. Wales and Cornwall, with their distinct languages and cultures, experience religious transformation differently than England proper. Unity is more aspiration than reality. The legal profession expands as religious changes create endless litigation. Questions about property rights from dissolved monasteries, validity of marriages under changing rules, and enforcement of religious conformity all require lawyers. The Inns of Court training lawyers in London are becoming more important, creating a professional class that will influence England's political development for centuries. Henry's personal life continues chaotically through these years of national transformation. He marries Jane Seymour, who gives him the son he desperately wanted, Edward, but dies shortly after childbirth. He marries Anne of Cleves in a political alliance that fails immediately because Henry finds her unattractive. He marries Catherine Howard, who is young enough to be his granddaughter, then executes her for adultery. Finally, he marries Catherine Parr, who manages to outlive him partly through extraordinary tact and partly through luck. Each marriage, Each divorce or each execution reinforces that the king's personal life and England's religious policies are inseparable. Henry wanted an annulment, couldn't get papal permission, broke with Rome, and in the process transformed a nation. It's cause and effect operating on a scale usually reserved for wars or plagues, except the catalyst was one man's desperate desire for a legitimate son and his equally strong conviction that God supported his claim. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps refreshing that warm drink, let's contemplate what Henry VIII left behind. Not just the obvious political and religious changes, but the subtle ways his reign reshaped how England thought about itself and its place in the world. Henry died in January 1547, enormously fat, probably weighing over 300 pounds, in constant pain from his ulcerated leg, and convinced of his own righteousness until the end. His will provided for elaborate prayers for his soul, despite Protestant questioning of prayers for the dead, because Henry never stopped being Catholic in his own mind, even as he destroyed Catholic institutional power in England. His son Edward VI, that desperately wanted male heir, ruled for only 6 years before dying at 15. During Edward's brief reign, Protestant reformers pushed England further from Catholic practices than Henry ever intended. The Latin Mass disappeared, replaced with English prayer services. Priests were allowed to marry. Church interiors were whitewashed and stripped of remaining decoration. Henry's attempt to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority collapsed into something much more thoroughly Protestant. Then came Mary, Henry's daughter, by Catherine of Aragon, who tried desperately to reverse her father's religious policies and restore England to Catholic obedience. Her 5-year reign saw the return of papal authority, the restoration of some monasteries, and the burning of Protestant heretics, which earned her the nickname Bloody Mary, and ensured that her religious policies would die with her. You can't reverse a generation of change through force, especially when so many people have economic interest in maintaining the new system. Finally, Elizabeth I, Henry's daughter by Anne Boleyn, created what became known as the Elizabethan settlement, a moderate Protestant church that retained some traditional practices while firmly rejecting papal authority. Elizabeth understood what her father, brother and sister had not, that most English people wanted religious stability more than doctrinal purity. They were exhausted by change, frightened by religious violence, and ready for someone to simply make decisions and stick with them. The Church of England that emerged from this Tudor tumult was something unique. Protestant in theology but Catholic in structure, Reformed in doctrine but traditional in practice, independent of Rome but connected to Christian history. It was Henry's compromise, extended and elaborated, made workable through Elizabeth's political genius, and the English people's practical acceptance that this was preferable to continued turmoil. The dissolution of monasteries permanently altered the English landscape. Those ruins you can still visit, Rievaulx, Fountains, Tintern, are monuments to this transformation. 600 years of Benedictine, Cistercian and Augustinian life ended in a decade, and the physical remnants became romantic ruins that later generations would paint and photograph, forgetting they represented the violent destruction of an entire way of life. The land redistribution created a gentry class that would dominate English politics for centuries. The families who bought monastery lands became the country's governing class, serving as justices of the peace, sitting in Parliament and providing local administration. English governance became less centralised and more based on local elites who had both authority and property, a system that worked surprisingly well until it didn't. English national identity crystallised around these religious changes in ways that Henry couldn't have predicted. To be English came to mean being Protestant, being independent of continental Catholic powers, and being loyal to the crown over the Pope. This identity would shape England's conflicts with Spain and France, its eventual overseas expansion, and its internal politics for centuries. The Act of Supremacy established the principle that Parliament could legislate on religious matters, which was revolutionary even if nobody quite realised it at the time. Religious authority came from law rather than tradition or divine appointment. This principle would eventually extend to all areas of governance, making Parliament supreme and establishing the constitutional monarchy that England still technically maintains. The English Bible proved perhaps the most lasting of Henry's unintended legacies. He authorised it for political reasons, but once ordinary people could read scripture themselves, religious authority could never be purely hierarchical again. Every reader became potentially a theologian. Every interpretation created potential controversy. Authority had to be justified through persuasion rather than simply imposed through position. The destruction of Catholic art and religious culture left gaps that took generations to fill. English music, visual art and literature had to develop new forms that reflected Protestant values while satisfying human aesthetic needs. This eventually produced extraordinary achievements. Shakespeare's plays, the King James Bible, English madrigals, but represented a break with medieval artistic traditions that was both liberating and costly. The social welfare system never recovered from the dissolution of monasteries. England developed poor laws that made parishes responsible for their own poor, but this system was less comprehensive and less generous than what monasteries had provided. The poorest English people were probably worse off after the dissolution than before, which is an irony given the Protestant emphasis on charity and social responsibility. Women lost options without recovering equivalent alternatives. The convents that once provided respectable life choices for women who didn't marry disappeared, while Protestant emphasis on marriage made spinsterhood more problematic. Some women gained from the Protestant emphasis on Bible reading and spiritual equality, but institutional opportunities actually decreased. Henry's personal reputation underwent fascinating transformations over the centuries. To Protestants, he became the hero who freed England from papal tyranny despite his conservative theology. To Catholics, he became the villain who destroyed England's Catholic heritage for personal reasons, despite his initial defence of Catholic doctrine. To moderns, he's often that fascinating monster, brilliant, charismatic, ruthless, and ultimately tragic in his desperate quest for dynasty. The historical debate about whether Henry was a reformer or opportunist, a hero or villain, and a visionary or egotist continues because he was genuinely all of these things. He broke with Rome for personal reasons but created space for genuine religious reform. He brutally suppressed opposition but was sincerely convinced of his righteousness. He destroyed monasteries for money but believed he was correcting religious error. His motives were selfish. His consequences were transformative. The Tudor period's religious turmoil taught England lessons about tolerance that wouldn't be fully learned for generations. The burning of heretics under Mary, the persecution of Catholics under Elizabeth, and the continued conflicts over religious conformity all demonstrated that religious uniformity enforced through violence creates resentment rather than genuine agreement. Eventually, centuries later, England would develop religious tolerance, though the path would be long and painful. The expansion of literacy that began with English Bibles and prayer books created a reading public that would eventually demand more than religious texts. By Elizabeth's reign, printing presses were producing plays, poems, histories, and practical manuals. The culture of literacy that emerged from religious controversy laid the groundwork for England's literary achievements. Architecture and landscape design reflecting Protestant values, simpler, more focused on function, less concerned with religious symbolism, created distinctly English aesthetic preferences. The great houses with their long galleries and Protestant simplicity, the gardens designed for pleasure rather than contemplation, and the churches stripped of statuary but retaining their basic Gothic structure, all reflected this Protestant transformation of physical space. The Royal Navy's development during and after Henry's reign, partly motivated by the need to defend Protestant England against Catholic powers, eventually made England a global power. The same religious controversies that destroyed monasteries and persecuted dissenters also built the ships that would defeat the Spanish Armada and eventually create a worldwide empire. Legal developments during Henry's reign, particularly Parliament's increased authority, and the expansion of secular courts at the expense of church courts, laid foundations for English common law's development. The legal system that emerged from Tudor religious controversies would eventually be exported to England's colonies, influencing legal traditions across multiple continents. The scientific revolution that would flourish in 17th century England was partly enabled by Henry's religious changes. Once religious authority became questionable, all authority became potentially questionable. The habit of questioning established truths in religion transferred to questioning established truths in natural philosophy, creating intellectual space for scientific inquiry. As your warm drink cools and your eyes grow heavy, consider one final thought about Henry VIII and his transformation of England. The changes he initiated continued evolving long after his death, creating consequences he never imagined and solving problems he didn't know existed. The Church of England he created became the foundation for worldwide Anglican communion, spreading across continents as England expanded overseas. Churches from Nigeria to Australia to Canada trace their institutional ancestry to Henry's break with Rome, though they might emphasise Thomas Cranmer's theology over Henry's politics. The English language he elevated through biblical translation became a global language, carried by English speakers across oceans and continents, eventually becoming the international language of business, science, and diplomacy. The King James Bible, published 60 years after Henry's death, shaped English prose style for centuries and remains in print today. The principle of parliamentary supremacy he accidentally strengthened by using Parliament to authorise religious changes became the foundation of English constitutional government. When American colonists argued that Parliament had no authority to tax them without representation, they were invoking principles that emerged partly from Tudor religious controversies. The nationalism he fostered by making England religiously independent contributed to England's resistance to various continental threats. The Spanish Armada, Napoleon's empire, and Hitler's invasion plans. English identity formed around this idea of independence became a resource during times of crisis. But Henry's legacy also includes religious divisions that persisted for centuries. Catholics faced discrimination and legal disabilities in England until the 19th century. The tensions between Protestant and Catholic in Northern Ireland trace partly to the Tudor transformation of religion. Religious strife that Henry's actions initiated killed thousands across multiple generations. The destruction of monasteries and religious art represents cultural loss that can never be fully calculated. We'll never hear the music that was lost, read the manuscripts that were burned, or see the art that was smashed. Every whitewashed church wall represents not just religious transformation, but cultural impoverishment, however necessary reformers considered it. The social welfare gaps created by monastic dissolution took centuries to address through alternative institutions. Modern social security systems are attempting to solve problems that Tudor England created when it destroyed medieval Catholic social infrastructure without providing adequate replacements. Yet without Henry's break with Rome, England might have remained a minor European power, culturally derivative and politically subordinate. The independence, political, religious and intellectual, that emerged from Tudor religious controversies created space for English achievements in everything from literature to science to political philosophy. Shakespeare's plays, written during Elizabeth's reign, emerged from a culture transformed by Henry's actions. The English identity Shakespeare explored and celebrated in his histories and comedies was partly created by his grandfather's generation's experience of religious transformation. The language Shakespeare perfected was enriched by religious controversy and biblical translation. The scientific revolution that produced Newton, Boyle, and other English scientists emerged partly from habits of questioning authority that began with religious reformation. Once people questioned papal authority, intellectual authority of all kinds became potentially questionable, creating space for empirical investigation over traditional explanations. England's distinctive political development, its constitutional monarchy, its parliamentary supremacy, its gradual extension of political rights, connects in complicated ways to religious controversies that began with Henry. Religious tolerance emerged slowly from religious strife. Limited government emerged partly from centuries of negotiating religious settlements that required compromise rather than absolute authority. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that Henry VIII never intended most of what his actions produced. He wanted a son and an annulment. Instead, he triggered changes that reshaped religion, politics, culture, and national identity across centuries. History rarely unfolds as anyone plans. Small decisions combine with structural forces to produce outcomes nobody predicted. The young king who loved theology and wanted to defend Catholic orthodoxy became the man who broke England from Rome. The desperate father seeking a legitimate male heir became the catalyst for religious revolution. The monarch trying to maintain tradition while solving a personal problem became an agent of transformation. England before Henry was one kind of place, medieval, Catholic, looking to the continent for cultural leadership. England after Henry was something different, Protestant, independent, developing its own cultural confidence. The transition was painful and costly, independent, and produced winners and losers across every social class. But it created the foundation for the England that would eventually emerge as a global power, for better and worse. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, you're part of a world Henry helped create. The English language you speak was elevated partly through his religious policies. The ideas about limited government and individual rights that shaped modern democracies emerged partly from the English experience of religious transformation. The scientific worldview that produced modern technology developed partly in the intellectual space created by questioning religious authority. Henry VIII died over 470 years ago, but his decisions echo forward into our present. Every time someone questions authority, reads scripture in their own language, or argues that national sovereignty matters, they're continuing conversations Henry helped begin. Though usually without knowing it, sleep well, knowing that history is made not just by great plans and noble intentions, but by human beings pursuing very human desires: love, legitimacy, authority, certainty, in ways that produce consequences far beyond their imagining. Henry wanted a son. Instead, he got a legacy. Whether that's tragedy or triumph depends on your perspective and which aspects of the legacy you're measuring. The bells that once marked monastic hours are silent now, but you can still hear church bells if you listen. The monasteries are ruins, but they're stones-built houses people still inhabit. The old faith disappeared officially, but traces remain in language, culture, and memory. Everything changed. Nothing completely disappeared. That's perhaps the real lesson of Henry's Reformation. Transformation is never as complete as revolutionaries hope or conservatives fear. Rest now, and dream perhaps of a younger, simpler England, where stone monasteries caught the morning light and bells marked the hours, where change came slowly and the old ways seemed eternal. Or dream of the England that emerged, confident, independent, finding its own voice and identity. Both Englands existed, one after the other, separated by a few decades of tumultuous transformation, led by an unlikely revolutionary king who never quite meant to revolutionize anything. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll rise into a world still shaped by those distant Tudor transformations, still wrestling with questions about authority, identity, and faith that Henry's choices made urgent 5 centuries ago. But tonight, rest. Let history become a story, and let the story become the gentle companion of sleep. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The VIII Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the VIII Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own. Devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. armed with improved preparation. He passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilized somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations. but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona. Rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic sound bites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, reveling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E=mc², it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics. But he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests. Less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of mission control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionize European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels. patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space programme. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence, before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganization of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court during Henry's final years had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance, rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The Prince Consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions, and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created 2 different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. During the summer of 1962, when Kennedy was the president and the Beatles were still unknown young men in Liverpool, 3 men, each nursing dreams as vast as the Pacific that surrounded their concrete cage, sat in the heart of America's most notorious prison. Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the Rock to those who knew her intimately, perched like a medieval fortress on her island throne, 22 acres of hubris wrapped in fog and federal authority. Frank Morris, inmate AZ 1441, possessed the kind of mind that could unravel a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, if such puzzles had existed then. His IQ of 133 made him the prison's unofficial genius, though his criminal resume suggested he'd been applying his considerable intellect to all the wrong equations. Frank had collected felonies such as bank robbery, car theft, and armed robbery, similar to how other men collect baseball cards, and he did so with about as much long-term planning. In the cell next to Frank's metropolitan headquarters sat John Anglin, AZ 1476, a man whose southern drawl could charm honey from a hive, but whose sticky fingers had landed him in more trouble than a cat in a yarn factory. John and his brother Clarence had been robbing banks since they were old enough to reach the teller windows, though their methods lacked the sophisticated planning that Frank brought to his endeavours. They were the kind of criminals who'd rob a bank and then stop for ice cream on the way home, not realising that mint chocolate chip doesn't provide much of an alibi. Clarence Anglin, AZ 1485, completed this unholy trio of criminals. If John was the charmer and Frank was the brain, Clarence was the steady hand, the man who could keep his cool when the heat was on and the law was closing in. Together, the 3 had accumulated enough time behind bars to span several geological epochs, their sentences stretching into a future where flying cars and moon colonies seemed more plausible than parole. The Rock had earned her reputation through careful cultivation of despair. Alcatraz, surrounded by waters so cold they could freeze a man's soul before his body hit the bay, was designed by men who understood that sometimes the most effective prison bars are made of salt water and hypothermia. The swift and unforgiving currents around the island carried the dreams of would-be escapees towards the Golden Gate Bridge and towards the sea. Warden Olin Blackwell ran the prison with the precision of a Swiss timepiece and the warmth of a January morning in Siberia. He'd inherited Alcatraz from his predecessor like a family curse. This description includes the mythology of impregnability and lists America's most creative criminals. Under his watch, 23 men had attempted escape in 14 separate tries. All had been recaptured, shot, or drowned. A track record that would make any warden proud and any inmate thoughtful. The daily routine at Alcatraz followed a rhythm as predictable as a metronome. Wake at 6:30 to the sound of a bell that had been imported from a defunct monastery, apparently to add a touch of ironic spirituality to the proceedings. The kitchen staff prepared breakfast, leaving no room for weapons, tools, or hope. The meals were nutritionally adequate and gastronomically devastating, a combination that seemed designed to break the spirit while preserving the body for future punishment. Work assignments varied from the mundane to the mind-numbing. Some inmates worked in the prison laundry, where they could contemplate the cleanliness they were providing to the outside world, while wearing uniforms that made them look like extras in a particularly grim musical. Others worked in the kitchen, where they learned to create meals that would make a medieval peasant grateful for gruel. The most fortunate were employed in the prison library, where they could immerse themselves in tales of locations where the walls remained free of condensation and the sea did not taunt them with its close proximity. But it was in the industrial workshop that our three protagonists found themselves assigned, surrounded by tools that were counted more carefully than votes in a contested election. Amid the scent of machine oil and the rhythm of industrial equipment, Frank Morris began to notice details. Frank Morris observed the gradual settling of the concrete walls over the decades. The patterns of condensation suggested different densities in the construction materials. The sound travelled through the ventilation system like whispered secrets. Every evening, as the sun painted the bay in shades of freedom, the three men would return to their cells, 6 feet by 9 feet of government-issued solitude. But while their bodies were confined, their minds began to wander down paths that would have made Houdini himself nod with approval. They started to see Alcatraz not as an impregnable fortress, but as a very elaborate puzzle waiting to be solved. As the darkness in their cells grew, and the fog rolled in from the Pacific like a protective blanket, three men began to dream of a morning when they would awaken in a different place. Winter arrived at Alcatraz like an unwelcome relative, settling in for a long stay and making everyone miserable with its presence. The fog grew thicker, the winds intensified, and the concrete walls appeared to radiate despair. It was during these grey months that Frank Morris began to study the prison with the dedication of a doctoral candidate whose thesis was titled Creative Applications of Structural Engineering. The beauty of Frank's mind lay not in its criminal applications, though those had been impressive in their own misguided way, but in its ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. While his fellow inmates counted days until release dates that existed only in their most optimistic fantasies, Frank counted rivets, measured shadows, and calculated the thermal expansion of aging concrete. The revelation came to him during a particularly tedious afternoon in the workshop, while he was assigned to repair a ventilation grate that had been damaged by the previous winter's storms. As he worked, Frank noticed that the concrete around the vent had developed small cracks, hairline fractures that spoke of a building settling into middle age. The salt air had been working its slow chemistry on the structure for decades, and even the mighty Alcatraz was not immune to the patient persistence of time. That evening, as the lights dimmed and the prison settled into its nightly routine of enforced contemplation, Frank shared his observations with the Anglin brothers. Their cell block B block had been constructed in the 1910s, when concrete was more an art than a science, and building codes were suggestions rather than commandments. The walls that held them were thick enough to contain their bodies, but, Frank suspected, not necessarily their ingenuity. John Anglin, despite his reputation for impulsive decision-making, possessed a craftsman's understanding of tools and materials. Years of breaking into places had taught him to read the language of locks, hinges, and structural weak points. When Frank described the condition of the concrete around the ventilation systems, John's eyes lit up with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for surprise inheritances or unexpected pardons. Clarence brought a different skill set to their growing conspiracy. His years of incarceration had taught him the rhythms of prison life, when guards changed shifts, which routes the security patrols followed, and how to move through the institutional routine without attracting attention. If Frank acted as the architect and John as the engineer, Clarence took on the role of the choreographer in their ever more intricate dance with disaster. The plan began to take shape during their evening conversations, whispered through the ventilation system that connected their cells like a primitive telephone network. They would begin by widening the ventilation grates in their individual cells, not enough to escape immediately, but enough to create passage to the utility corridor that ran behind the cell block. From there, they could access the roof and theoretically find a way to reach the water. The word theoretically held significant weight in their discussions. The distance from Alcatraz to Angel Island was about 2 miles of water that had claimed more experienced swimmers than any of them. The currents were unpredictable, the water temperature rarely rose above 55 degrees, and the Coast Guard maintained regular patrols specifically to discourage the kind of maritime adventure they were contemplating. But Frank had been studying the tides and currents with the dedication of a marine biologist. He had noticed that during certain tidal conditions, debris from the prison would wash up on Angel. They set out to reach the island, determined not to let the sea sweep them away. If they could time their escape properly, The same currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. Frank had been modifying and hiding tools in the prison workshop that could be used to chip away at the concrete. Frank meticulously sharpened and hardened the spoon handle. Frank had broken off a piece of the saw blade and concealed it in the sole of his shoe. Small tools that would do small work over a long time, the kind of patient progress that builds pyramids and topples governments. But tools alone wouldn't be enough. They would need to conceal their work from the daily cell inspections, which meant creating dummy walls that would hide the growing holes while appearing completely normal to casual observation. This required materials that weren't exactly available through the prison commissary. Paint that matched the cell walls, cardboard that could be shaped and coloured to look like concrete, and some way to hold it all in place. John Anglin's artistic talents, previously applied only to forging signatures and identification documents, would be put to more constructive use. He began experimenting with soap, paint chips and hair clippings to create a mixture that could be moulded into shapes and painted to match the cell walls. The results wouldn't fool a detailed inspection, but they might survive the cursory glances that were part of the daily routine. Meanwhile, Clarence had been mapping the guard schedules with the precision of a railroad timetable. He knew which guards were thorough, which were lazy, and which were easily distracted by conversation about sports or weather. More importantly, he'd identified the 15-minute window each evening when the cell block was essentially unguarded while the guards changed shifts and counted heads. As winter deepened into spring, their plan evolved from wishful thinking to genuine possibility. They would work at night, when the prison's settling sounds would cover the scraping. They would take turns keeping watch, communicating through their improvised telephone system, and carefully disposing of the concrete dust and debris. The timeline was ambitious. They hoped to complete their excavation by early summer, when the water temperatures would be at their warmest and the weather most favourable for their aquatic adventure. But even as they refined their plans and gathered their materials, each man understood that they were essentially planning an elaborate form of suicide with a slim chance of success. Yet somehow the impossibility of their scheme made it more appealing rather than less. After years of being told what to do, when to wake up and what to eat, planning anything felt like a rebellion against the cosmic forces that had deposited them on this rock in the middle of the bay. Spring of 1962 brought new hope to Alcatraz in the form of fresh paint and administrative optimism. The Bureau of Prisons had decided that a little colour might improve morale, apparently operating under the theory that sage-green walls would somehow make federal incarceration more palatable. While painters applied their cheerful coats of institutional improvement, 3 inmates had begun their renovation project, working with tools that wouldn't have impressed the most desperate home improvement enthusiast. Frank Morris had perfected the art of productive insomnia. Each night, after the 9:30 lights out, he would wait exactly 43 minutes for the sounds of the prison to settle into their nocturnal rhythm. Then, with the dedication of a medieval monk illuminating manuscripts, he would begin his careful destruction of federal property. The concrete around his cell's ventilation grate had revealed itself to be surprisingly cooperative, crumbling away in small, satisfying chunks under the persistent attention of his modified spoon handle. The work required a level of patience that would have challenged a Buddhist monk. Each scrape of the improvised chisel had to be gentle enough to avoid detection, but persistent enough to make progress. Too aggressive, and the sound would carry through the cell block like a dinner bell. If he was too tentative, he would still be chipping away when the next ice age arrived. Frank developed a rhythm: 3 gentle scrapes, pause to listen, 3 more scrapes, pause to dispose of debris. It was meditation through demolition, a Zen approach to jailbreaking. John Anglin had discovered an unexpected talent for forgery that extended beyond signatures and identification cards. His dummy ventilation grate, crafted from cardboard and painted with a mixture that included soap shavings, paint chips, and what he optimistically called artistic license, was becoming a masterpiece of deceptive craftsmanship. The challenge wasn't just making it look like concrete and metal, it had to look like old concrete and metal, complete with the stains, scratches, and accumulated grime of decades of neglect. The paint mixture had required considerable experimentation. Too much soap and it looked like what it was: soap. Too little, and it wouldn't hold together long enough to be useful. John had finally achieved the right consistency by adding hair clippings, his own, collected from monthly haircuts, and tiny fragments of concrete dust from Frank's excavation. The result was a substance that could be moulded, painted, and positioned to fool anyone who wasn't looking too carefully. Clarence Anglin had appointed himself the expedition's intelligence officer, maintaining surveillance schedules that would have impressed the CIA. He'd identified Guard Patterson as their most dangerous threat, a man who approached cell inspections with the thoroughness of a tax auditor and the suspicion of a jealous husband. Patterson counted rivets, checked shadows, and had once discovered a contraband cigarette hidden inside a hollowed-out bar of soap. If their deception was going to fail, Patterson would be the one to expose it. But even Patterson had weaknesses. He was diabetic, and his blood sugar crashes made him irritable and hurried during evening inspections. He was also a creature of habit, following the same route through the cell block every night, spending exactly 45 seconds in each cell before moving on. If they could predict his timing and mood, they could ensure their dummy walls were in place when he looked and removed when they needed to work. The disposal of excavated concrete presented its challenges. Simply dumping it would create suspicious piles of debris that even the most inattentive guard would notice. Instead, they developed a distribution system that would have impressed a drug cartel. They mixed small amounts of concrete dust with soap and washed it down the drains during their evening washing routine. They concealed larger chunks in the seams of their mattresses, distributing them so gradually that the changes in weight and texture were undetectable. They scattered some in the workshop, allowing it to blend with the dust and debris of daily industrial activity. They had recruited Alan West, another inmate whose cell was adjacent to their operation, as both a lookout and a participant. West's cell required the same treatment as the others, and his escape would help provide cover for the main operation. However, West brought a level of enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded his competence. While Frank approached the work with surgical precision, and the Anglin brothers contributed their specialised skills, West attacked his concrete with the subtlety of a demolition crew. West's scraping was audible from 3 cells away, and his mock wall resembled something a child might construct during a particularly unsuccessful art project. The work progressed through spring with the slow but steady pace of erosion carving canyons. By May, Frank had created an opening large enough to squeeze through, though he'd tested it only with careful measurements rather than actual human trials. The Anglin brothers had achieved similar progress, though John's perfectionist tendencies meant he spent almost as much time improving his dummy wall as he did enlarging his opening. The psychological toll of the work was as challenging as the physical demands. Each night brought the possibility of discovery, and each morning required them to resume their roles as model prisoners while concealing their growing excitement and anxiety. They had to maintain their routines, participate in work assignments, and interact with guards and fellow inmates as if their only concerns were the quality of the evening meal and the possibility of mail call. Frank found himself studying the guards with new intensity, not just for security purposes, but to understand how normal people behaved when they weren't planning impossible escapes. Guard Morrison had a habit of humming as he made his rounds. Guard Peterson had a habit of pausing at specific cells to engage in conversation with the inmates he held a particular dislike for. Guard Collins developed a nervous habit of jingling his keys whenever he felt anxious about something. These details would be crucial when the time came to move through the prison undetected. The weather had begun to cooperate with their plans. The fog that rolled in each evening provided natural cover, and the spring tides were creating current patterns that might actually help rather than hinder their water escape. Frank had been studying the movements of debris and seaweed, noting which pieces ended up on Angel Island and which disappeared into the Pacific. Their window of opportunity was approaching, but so was the increased risk that came with each passing day of their secret construction project. As May progressed toward June, 3 men continued their nightly routine of carefully destroying their prison cells while maintaining the facade of resigned acceptance. They had committed themselves to a plan that required perfect timing, flawless execution, and a considerable amount of luck. The alternative, spending the remainder of their lives in 6x9 foot concrete boxes, provided all the motivation they needed to continue their invisible demolition project. June arrived at Alcatraz with unusual warmth, as if the Pacific had decided to offer a brief respite from its customary indifference to human comfort. The unseasonably pleasant weather felt like a cosmic wink to 3 men who had been planning their departure for months, though they maintained the prison's routine with the dedication of method actors preparing for the performance of their lives. Frank Morris had discovered that escaping from Alcatraz required skills not typically taught in criminal enterprises. Take navigation as an example. The waters around the island moved with currents that followed patterns more complex than advanced calculus, and miscalculating their timing could result in a one-way trip to the Farallon Islands, or, more likely, the bottom of the bay. Frank had been studying the movement of everything from seagull formations to sandwich wrappers thrown overboard by the weekly supply boat, building a mental map of how the water moved and when. The breakthrough came when he noticed that prison garbage thrown into the bay during certain tidal conditions would wash up on Angel Island within hours. If they could time their escape to coincide with those same conditions, the treacherous currents that had doomed previous attempts might actually carry them to safety. It was a theory that sounded plausible in whispered cellblock conversations, but would require testing their hypothesis with their lives. John Anglin had been perfecting what he called the Great Deception, a collection of dummy heads that would occupy their beds during the crucial hours when guards conducted night counts. Using a mixture of soap, toilet paper, paint and hair, collected from the prison barbershop floor, John had created sculptures that bore a reasonable resemblance to sleeping inmates, assuming the guards didn't look too closely and the lighting remained appropriately dim. The heads were works of inspired improvisation. John used real hair, which he carefully arranged to match the individual hairstyles of the sculptures. The features were moulded from soap, painted with pigments extracted from magazine pages, and mixed with substances that John preferred not to identify too specifically. The ears were particularly challenging. Apparently, creating believable ears from soap required an artistic sensibility that John had never previously applied to anything more ambitious than forging signatures. Clarence Anglin had graduated from intelligence gathering to operational planning. He'd identified the exact route they would take from their cells to the roof, through the utility corridor behind the cell block, up a ventilation shaft that led to the roof, and then across the prison rooftop to a point where they could descend to the water without being seen from the guard towers. The journey would require them to navigate in complete darkness through spaces that were barely large enough for human passage, carrying equipment that couldn't be left behind. Alan West had become their weak link in ways that were both predictable and frustrating. While the other three had been methodically preparing for every aspect of their escape, West had been treating the project like an extended hobby rather than a life-or-death endeavour. His concrete removal had been inconsistent, his dummy wall was unconvincing, and his security awareness was approximately equivalent to that of a tourist taking photos at a military installation. The tools and materials for their water escape had been accumulated through a combination of theft, creativity, and what Frank called adaptive resource acquisition. Prison raincoats had been sewn together to create a makeshift raft and life preservers. They had sewed the raft together using thread from prison clothing and needles, fashioned from a metal scraps found in the workshop. The result looked like something that might have been rejected by a particularly undemanding Coast Guard inspection, but it would hopefully provide enough buoyancy to keep them alive until they reached land. Paddles had been carved from wooden pieces found in the workshop, shaped and smoothed during lunch breaks and stolen moments when guards were distracted. The paddles were crude but functional, assuming they didn't encounter waves larger than those found in an average bathtub. Frank had calculated that they would need to cover approximately 2 miles of open water, probably in fog, while being sought by every law enforcement agency in Northern California. The escape timeline had been planned with the precision of a military operation, though with significantly less reliable equipment. They would begin their departure at 9:45 p.m., 15 minutes after lights out, when the cell block settled into its evening routine. The dummy heads would be positioned in their beds, the fake walls would be put in place behind their ventilation grates, and they would begin their journey through the utility corridor. The climb to the roof would be the most dangerous part of their internal navigation. The ventilation shaft was barely wide enough for human passage, and any noise during the ascent could alert guards to their escape attempt. They would have to climb approximately 30 feet in complete darkness, carrying their makeshift equipment while remaining absolutely silent. Frank had rehearsed the climb in previous reconnaissance missions, but the actual performance was a completely different matter. Once on the roof, they would have to cross approximately 60 yards of open space to reach their descent point, moving carefully to avoid being seen by guards in the towers. The guard towers had searchlights that swept the prison grounds on irregular schedules, and being caught in one of those beams would end their escape attempt in a hail of gunfire and official disappointment. The descent to the water would require them to climb down the outside of the prison building using makeshift ropes created from sheets and towels stolen from the laundry. The drop was approximately 50 feet, and the improvised climbing equipment would have to support their weight plus the weight of their escape materials. Frank had tested the rope strength using methods he preferred not to describe in detail, but the results had been marginally encouraging. As June progressed, their preparations entered the final phase. The concrete removal was essentially complete, but West continued to struggle with opening his act. The dummy heads were ready for their theatrical debut. The escape equipment was as prepared as prison resources would allow. Weather conditions were favourable, with fog predicted for the evening they had chosen for their departure. But perhaps most importantly, 3 men had committed themselves psychologically to an undertaking that required them to bet their lives on the accuracy of their planning and the reliability of their improvised equipment. They had reached the point where backing down was no longer possible, not because of external pressure, but because they had convinced themselves that freedom was worth the considerable risk of death. The date was set, June 11th, 1962. In less than 48 hours, they would discover whether months of planning and preparation had created a viable escape plan or an elaborate form of suicide. The Pacific Ocean would render its verdict with the finality that only nature can provide. The morning sun painted San Francisco Bay in shades of gold and promise, while inside Alcatraz, 3 men moved through their daily routines with the focused calm of actors preparing for opening night. Each mundane activity, breakfast, work detail, afternoon recreation, carried the weight of finality, as if they were participating in a farewell tour of institutional life. Frank Morris spent the morning in the workshop with unusual attention to his assigned tasks, repairing ventilation equipment with the ironic dedication of a man who had spent months systematically dismantling similar fixtures. His hands worked automatically, while his mind ran through the evening's timeline like a conductor rehearsing a complex symphony. Every movement had been choreographed, every contingency considered, yet the fundamental uncertainty remained. Would their months of preparation prove sufficient, or would they join the ranks of Alcatraz's failed escape attempts? The Anglin brothers maintained their customary routine with studied normalcy, though John found himself paying unusual attention to details he might never see again. The afternoon light danced through the windows of the cell block, the sound of foghorns beginning their evening chorus. Years of daily interaction had made the guards' familiar faces as predictable as sunrise. These observations didn't stem from sentiment, as they couldn't afford it, but rather from the sharp awareness that often accompanies irreversible decisions. Alan West had been struggling with his concrete removal for weeks, working with the frantic energy of a student cramming for final exams. Although his opening was still slightly too small for comfortable passage, his perfectionist tendencies had run out of time. The tides would be favourable tonight, the guard schedules were optimal, and weather forecasts predicted the fog cover they needed. West would have to make his existing opening work or risk compromising the entire operation. As evening approached, the prison settled into its familiar rhythm of enforced routine. Dinner was consumed with the usual institutional efficiency, food that was nutritionally adequate and gastronomically forgettable, served by kitchen staff who had perfected the art of culinary indifference. Conversation followed the approved patterns. Complaints about food quality, speculation about guard personnel changes, and discussions of scores from newspapers that arrived days late and already obsolete. But beneath this surface normalcy, 3 men were conducting final equipment checks with the thoroughness of astronauts preparing for launch. The dummy heads were positioned and ready. The makeshift flotation devices were concealed and accessible. We tested the improvised ropes one final time, employing methods that would not draw the attention of casual observers. Everything was ready, as months of prison-based preparation could make it. At 9:30 p.m, the lights went out on schedule, and Alcatraz began its transition to nighttime security protocols. The 3 conspirators waited in their cells with the patience of experienced criminals who understood that timing was everything. If they arrived too early, the guards would still be conducting their initial counts. Too late, and that they would miss the tidal conditions that could mean the difference between reaching Angel Island and disappearing into the Pacific. 9:45 p.m. arrived with astronomical precision. Frank Morris began the delicate process of removing his dummy ventilation grate and positioning his soap sculpture head in his bed. The head looked reasonably convincing in the dim light, certainly convincing enough to fool a guard conducting a routine count from the cell block corridor. The real test would come at midnight, when guards would conduct their more thorough inspection, but by then, the escape parties would either be safely away or beyond caring about guard inspections. The utility corridor behind the cell block was everything Frank had expected, and several things he hadn't. The space was cramped, filled with pipes and electrical conduits that seemed determined to catch on clothing and equipment. The air was thick with decades of accumulated dust and the metallic smell of aging infrastructure. Moving through the corridor required a combination of athletic ability and contortionist skills, complicated by the need to remain absolutely silent while carrying equipment that seemed designed to make noise at the worst possible moments. With the grace of a man who had spent considerable time practicing the movement, John Anglin emerged from his cell into the corridor. His dummy head was positioned, his fake wall was in place, and his portion of the escape equipment was secured and ready for transport. The months of preparation had honed a level of coordination that would have impressed professional dancers, despite the significant risk of missing a cue compared to audience disapproval. Clarence followed with the steady competence that had made him the operations logistics coordinator. Everything that could be planned had been planned, and everything else would have to be improvised based on principles of creative problem-solving and desperate innovation. The utility corridor evoked the atmosphere of a theatre's backstage area, where the performance held paramount importance and the audience consisted solely of armed critics. Alan West encountered his first major crisis at exactly 9:52 p.m. His ventilation opening, subway, despite weeks of enlargement efforts, remained slightly too small for comfortable passage. What had seemed like a minor issue during planning now revealed itself as a potentially catastrophic problem. West struggled with his opening while his partners waited in the corridor, precious minutes ticking away like a countdown to a launch that couldn't be postponed. The decision was made with the brutal efficiency that emergency situations demand. West would continue working on his opening and follow when he could. The others would proceed with the escape rather than risk the entire operation for one person's preparation problems. It was a calculated decision, but prison had taught all of them that survival sometimes necessitated abandoning those who couldn't keep up. The climb to the roof began at 10:03 p.m, 13 minutes behind schedule, but still within acceptable parameters. The ventilation shaft was as challenging as reconnaissance had suggested, narrow, dark, and filled with obstacles that seemed designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour. Frank led the climb, followed by John and Clarence, each man carrying equipment that made the ascent more difficult than climbing a ladder while juggling flaming torches. The roof of Alcatraz stretched before them like a concrete ocean, bathed in fog that provided both concealment and navigation challenges. The guard towers were visible as points of light in the mist, their searchlights creating moving patterns that had to be avoided with the precision of dancers performing a deadly choreography. The three men moved across the roof with careful steps, aware that a single misstep could result in noise that would bring guards running from all directions. At 10:47 p.m. they reached their descent point and began the rappel to the water's edge. The improvised rope supported the men's weight, but they creaked and stretched in a way that made each man question whether he would successfully complete the descent or become an unwilling test of gravity's reliability. The water below was dark, cold, and moving with currents that would determine whether their months of planning would result in freedom or tragedy. As they prepared to enter the bay, three men stood at the edge of the Pacific Ocean with equipment that looked like it had been designed by optimistic children and faith that had been tested by months of impossible preparation. Behind them lay Alcatraz, ahead lay the unknown, and all around them lay water that had claimed previous escape attempts with the indifference of natural forces operating according to laws that didn't recognize human ambition. The moment of commitment had arrived. There would be no more planning, no more preparation, no more rehearsals. All they had was the water, the darkness, and the hope that their months of diligent labour had yielded something capable of guiding them towards liberation. At 11:23 p.m. on June 11th, 1962, three men slipped into San Francisco Bay with the quiet desperation of souls entering purgatory. The water's coldness was the liquid embodiment of all their doubts after months of planning. Frank Morris, the mastermind whose IQ had crafted their escape, found himself wondering if intelligence was any match for the primal forces of tide and current that now controlled their destiny. The makeshift raft, cobbled together from prison raincoats and sustained by faith rather than engineering principles, settled into the water with all the buoyancy of a concrete life preserver. What had appeared relatively seaworthy during their cell block planning sessions now stood as a testament to the victory of hope over hydrodynamics. The improvised paddles, carved from workshop scraps, had felt about as effective as using spoons to navigate the Atlantic. John Anglin, whose artistic talents had created their deceptive dummy heads, discovered that artistic vision didn't translate to maritime navigation. The fog that had seemed like providential cover from the shore now surrounded them like a living entity, reducing visibility to approximately the length of their inadequate raft. Every direction looked identical, dark water fading into dark mist, with no landmarks visible and no clear indication of which way led to Angel Island versus which way led to the Farallon Islands and certain death. Clarence Anglin, the steady hand who had mapped guard schedules with military precision, found himself trying to apply that same methodical approach to reading water currents in complete darkness. The bay moved around them with liquid complexity, streams within streams, eddies and flows that seemed to follow patterns that were comprehensible only to marine biologists and the soiled spirits of drowned sailors. Every paddle stroke was a calculated guess, and every navigational decision carried a risk of hypothermia and drowning. The sound of their escape had been swallowed by fog and distance, but somewhere behind them Alcatraz continued its nightly routine, unaware that 3 of its most reluctant residents had departed without filing the proper paperwork. Alan West remained in his cell, still struggling with his ventilation opening, his escape attempt abandoned in favour of not alerting guards to the absence of his cellmates. His failure to join them was both a personal tragedy and a tactical advantage, one fewer person to crowd their inadequate raft, one more dummy head in place to maintain the illusion of normal occupancy. The Pacific Ocean began its examination of their escape plan with the thoroughness of a federal prosecutor reviewing evidence. Every weakness in their preparation was tested by waves that seemed larger than physics should have allowed, currents that pulled them in directions they couldn't identify, and water temperatures that made their improvised life preservers feel like ice cubes with straps. The raft, designed by hope and constructed by necessity, began to show signs of structural anxiety as salt water found every seam and tested every improvised repair. Frank had calculated that they needed to cover approximately 2 miles to reach Angel Island, but the calculations assumed knowledge of the starting point, destination, and direction, all of which had become theoretical concepts in the fog-wrapped darkness. The lights of San Francisco were obscured by the mist, and Angel Island felt as distant as another continent. Their navigation equipment relied on instinct, desperation, and 3 waterlogged paddles that were starting to show their own structural issues. The cold was becoming a factor that no amount of planning had adequately addressed. Prison uniforms weren't designed for aquatic adventures, and the improvised flotation devices provided buoyancy but no insulation. Each man could feel his body temperature dropping with the systematic efficiency of a thermometer in a freezer, and their paddling became less about navigation and more about generating enough movement to maintain circulation. But the most dangerous enemy wasn't cold or current, it was doubt. Every minute in the water brought new evidence that their plan had been created by optimism rather than reality. The raft was too small, the equipment too improvised, the distance too far, and the conditions too hostile. Each wave that washed over their makeshift vessel carried the whispered suggestion that they should have stayed in their cells, accepted their sentences, and grown old behind bars rather than young beneath the bay, yet something kept them paddling. Perhaps it was the months of investment they had made in the escape plan. Perhaps it was the knowledge that return to Alcatraz would mean solitary confinement and the kind of official attention that makes prison life considerably more unpleasant. Or perhaps it was the simple human refusal to surrender, when surrender means death, even when the alternative seems equally terminal. The fog began to thin around 1:30 a.m., revealing patches of starlit sky that provided their first reliable navigation reference in hours. Frank oriented himself using constellations he remembered from childhood camping trips, before his life had taken the series of wrong turns that led to federal incarceration. The North Star, steady and reliable, helped him establish direction, though establishing their location remained a matter of educated guesswork and maritime prayer. As visibility improved, they could make out the darker mass of land ahead. Whether Angel Island, Alcatraz, or some previously undiscovered piece of real estate remained to be determined. Their paddling had become automatic, their arms moving with the mechanical persistence of men who had discovered that stopping meant sinking. The raft's structural integrity had degraded to the point where it was more of a flotation suggestion than an actual watercraft, held together by determination and rapidly failing adhesive. The current had been carrying them steadily, but it remained unclear whether they were heading towards salvation or destruction until they felt their improvised paddles scraping against something solid. Sand, rock. The blessed resistance of land meeting water was evident. They had reached shore, though whether they had travelled 2 miles to Angel Island or 200 yards in a circle back to Alcatraz would be determined when they could see their surroundings in daylight. Dragging themselves onto the beach with the grace of exhausted seals, 3 men collapsed onto solid ground for the first time in hours. Their escape equipment, what remained of it, was abandoned to the tide. Their prison uniforms were soaked, torn and decorated with seaweed in ways that wouldn't have impressed any fashion critics. But they were alive, on land, and no longer inmates of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Dawn would reveal their location and determine their next moves. Until then, They lay on an unknown beach, watching the fog roll back across the bay, listening to the sound of waves that had carried them either to freedom or to a different kind of captivity. The Pacific had rendered its verdict, but the final judgment remained to be written by daylight, luck, and the ability of 3 exhausted fugitives to continue their improvised journey to wherever escaped convicts go when the impossible becomes merely improbable. Dawn arrived on June 12, 1962, with the cruel clarity that daylight brings to midnight decisions. 3 men who had spent the night discovering whether desperation could overcome physics now faced the morning's harsh accounting of their aquatic adventure. The beach beneath them was real, the water behind them was real, but their location remained a mystery that would be solved by geography rather than hope. Frank Morris opened his eyes to find himself staring at a landscape that looked suspiciously like the California coast, though whether they had reached Angel Island, returned to Alcatraz, or washed up on some entirely different piece of real estate remained to be determined. His body ached with the specific pain that comes from spending hours in cold water while wearing clothes designed for indoor prison use, rather than maritime adventures. The brilliant escape plan, so carefully crafted during months of cell block conspiracies, had deposited them on an unknown shore with no equipment, no identification, and no clear idea of what to do next. The Anglin brothers moved cautiously, like men testing which parts of their bodies still functioned after spending a night in the ocean. John's artistic talents, so useful for creating dummy heads and fake walls, seemed less applicable to their current situation, which called for skills more commonly associated with survival training than creative forgery. Circumstances that had transcended the predictable routines of prison life similarly challenged Clarence's systematic approach to planning. Their first priority was to pinpoint their location, a task that necessitated a level of urgency in their reconnaissance compared to their earlier intelligence gathering. If they had somehow managed to circle back to Alcatraz, their escape attempt would become a very short story with an unhappy ending. If they had reached Angel Island, they would need to find a way off the island before park rangers or Coast Guard patrols discovered their presence. If they had been taken elsewhere, they would have to find their bearings and continue their journey to freedom. The coastline revealed itself as they explored, and the news was both good and problematic. They had indeed reached Angel Island, their intended destination, which meant their navigation had been more accurate than the conditions had suggested. However, Angel Island was not exactly a launching pad to freedom. It was a state park, regularly patrolled and connected to the mainland only by ferry service that required tickets, identification, and the kind of paperwork they were unlikely to possess. But they were no longer inmates of Alcatraz, which represented progress of a sort. Their legal status had evolved from incarcerated to escaped fugitives, which was arguably an improvement in terms of personal autonomy, though it came with its set of challenges. The FBI would shortly be genuinely interested in their whereabouts. The US Marshals would be updating their wanted posters, and every law enforcement agency in Northern California would be looking for 3 men whose descriptions would be circulated with the efficiency of a chain letter. The immediate challenge was getting off Angel Island before their presence was discovered. Ferry service was out of the question. Swimming was no longer appealing after their previous aquatic experience, and commandeering a boat would add maritime theft to their growing list of federal charges. They needed transportation that was both available and inconspicuous, which narrowed their options to creative solutions that would have tested the ingenuity of a professional escape artist. Their prison uniforms had to be addressed before they could move in public without attracting attention. The sight of 3 men in drenched federal prison clothing was likely to spark curiosity, leading to calls to authorities and a swift end to their fleeting moment of freedom. They needed civilian clothes, which meant finding them through methods that were available to escaped convicts with no money, no connections, and no legitimate means of acquisition. The morning progressed with the methodical problem-solving that had characterized their escape planning. Frank's intelligence, John's creative resourcefulness, and Clarence's systematic approach were applied to challenges that were immediate and practical: food, clothing, transportation, and avoiding recapture long enough to establish some kind of sustainable existence outside federal custody. But even as they planned their next moves, each man understood that their escape from Alcatraz was only the beginning of a much longer journey. They had proved that the inescapable prison could be escaped, but they had also committed themselves to lives as permanent fugitives in a country where their faces would be known to every law enforcement officer from coast to coast. The morning sun illuminated the paradox of their success. warming their salt-stiffened clothes and revealing the California landscape in sharp detail. They had achieved the impossible, escaping from Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary using improvised tools, handmade equipment, and planning that had been conducted entirely within the most secure prison in America. Yet their triumph had delivered them not to freedom, but to a different kind of captivity, the hunted existence of men who could never again live under their names or return to the places they had known. As they prepared to leave Angel Island and begin the next chapter of their story, three men stood at the intersection of legend and reality. They had become part of Alcatraz mythology, their escape joining the annals of impossible achievements that inspire others to attempt the improbable. But they had also learned that escaping from prison is only the first step in a journey that continues for the rest of their lives, however long those lives might prove to be. The Pacific Ocean, which had tested their resolve and nearly claimed their lives, stretched behind them like a liquid barrier between their past and their future. Ahead lay the mainland, with its opportunities and dangers, its promise of freedom, and its guarantee of perpetual pursuit. Three men who had started as inmates had become fugitives, and their story was no longer about escaping from Alcatraz. It was about learning to live with the consequences of having done the impossible. Whether Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers survived their escape, established new identities, and lived out their days in anonymous freedom, or whether they perished in the bay that night, remains one of America's most enduring mysteries. On June 11th, 1962, three men showed that even the most secure prison is only as strong as the imagination of those it seeks to contain. They transformed themselves from criminals into legends, from prisoners into symbols of the eternal human desire to be free. And somewhere in the morning mist rolling off San Francisco Bay, their story continues, not as history but as possibility, not as fact but as the kind of truth that grows stronger with each telling, reminding us that sometimes the most impossible dreams are the ones most worth pursuing. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are two rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualise organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbours' crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, The true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. Useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy. Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone. Even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers, they were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialized trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, they are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science. The point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardized curricula, and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature, and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary: geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilized by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realize that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They're talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival, even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refuelling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organization, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, they are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we have been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialised labour. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, these individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight, every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy. Mesopotamia's golden age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met. Even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artefacts, their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative, and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's golden age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair And let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorrie's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorrie died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorrie's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration North, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorrie got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorrie's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorrie had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorrie's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilized telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappe telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain, or nighttime turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zuse built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zuse had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bogged down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zuse's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zuse's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he had already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zuse had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zuse understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zuse had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847, and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beach's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beach finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beach's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The Beach tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beach had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station, it was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, he believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. The system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernize. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true.